Chapter 693. Yao Yao's grandfather, Chu Feng, escaped with a headache. How could he become sworn brothers with him and call him brother? He was especially guilty. What would he do if Yao Yao found out in the future? Run. He wouldn't disturb the demonic corpse for now. Future matters could be dealt with later. Swoosh. He drove the green bamboo boat and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he rushed toward the ocean at top speed. This flying boat could jump through space. Back then, someone had used it to cross the universe. Naturally, it possessed godly speed. Before long, the boundless East Sea was in sight. Chu Feng rushed toward Mount Eternal. "Uncle Ming, where are you?" "What? You're together with some escaped prisoners from the universe's black prison? You're going to do something big?" "Yes, I have something to talk to you about." "Right, I want to ask, what's the situation with Yao Yao's grandfather?" Chu Feng was really guilty and couldn't hold it in. At the same time, he was incomparably curious. That was why he couldn't help but contact Uncle Ming after entering the East Sea to ask about the situation. Uncle Ming told him that he was a legendary character who had Yao Yao's father when he was old. At the same time, Uncle Ming clearly said that this person was unfathomable. The glory of the ancient mother planet was actually closely related to him. He was the one who created it first. However, after Yao Yao's father grew up and displayed his peerless potential, the old man retired early. Why? Chu Feng didn't understand and became increasingly curious because even Uncle Ming didn't know how strong Yao Yao's grandfather was. This old man's pursuit is very elusive. It's different from us ordinary people's goals, Uncle Ming told him. He didn't understand back then. Of course, he had only heard people talk about it. Yao Yao's grandfather had always been pursuing some balance between yin and yang. He had also proposed all kinds of absurd conjectures and goals. However, Chu Feng took a deep breath and said, Could it be that he wants to enter the yang realm and is gathering yang qi in advance? He had learned through various channels and was continuously confirming that the robbery induction breathing technique had a great origin. It belonged to the yang realm and was different from other breathing techniques. After so many years, the other breathing techniques have been modified to suit this universe. According to Lady Shi's conjecture, the incomplete technique that originally belonged to the yang realm had been filled by someone with the rules and order of the netherworld, becoming a genuine netherworld breathing technique. After deducing some clues, the robbery induction breathing law was complete and extremely powerful. It came from the yang realm and was unique. It hadn't been modified into the yin realm breathing law. In that case, did Yao Yao's grandfather know something? Even his background was a little suspicious. When Uncle Ming heard Chu Feng's speculations, he sucked in a breath of cold air. There might have been people studying the yang realm in ancient times, but Uncle Ming had never set foot in it and knew nothing about it. It wasn't until this era that he truly began to come into contact with it and gradually understand it, especially with a living example like Lady Shi by his side. Now, he seemed to have come to a sudden realization. The old master might really be studying the mortal realm, so much so that he was a little suspicious of some other matters. From what he understood from the ancient times, Yao Yao's grandfather's background was very mysterious. Unexpectedly, no one knew his roots. When Chu Feng heard about this, he was truly stunned. He was incomparably shocked. Could it be that Yao Yao's grandfather came from the yang realm? It's possible. The absurd goals that the old master set back then were all very strange. Now that I think about it, it's related to the yang realm. It's like this. Uncle Ming was excited and helpless at the same time. After all, the ancient times had passed and nothing was left. The old master said he wanted to fight his way back and truly return. This is actually a world-shocking mystery. Uncle Ming recalled. He found many clues from the ancient times. Yao Yao's grandfather must have been forced into the yin realm back then. He was unwilling and wanted to fight his way back. There were already people from the yang realm on the ancient mother planet. It seems like this planet isn't simple. Chu Feng's mind was full of thoughts. That was because the purgatory space was in Kunlun on Earth. There was the radiant city of death inside, the reincarnation road, the abyss, the ancient cave, and the clay statue of the ultimate destination. Earth was like a mysterious place to stay. At the same time, he recalled that the stone box was also found in Kunlun, and so were the 3 seeds. Furthermore, these items were precious items that the first heaven-illuminating true dragon from hundreds of millions of years ago had been thinking about and deducing ever since his death. At the very beginning of the Een realm, there might have been the stone box and the others, but the number 1 expert in the universe was searching for them. This was too mysterious. Yao Yao's grandfather found the robbery induction breathing technique. He was also the one who spread it, Uncle Ming informed. It was said that Yao Yao's grandfather was incomparably excited when he found the robbery induction breathing technique. He was so excited that he lost control of his emotions. As expected, Chu Feng realized more and more that whether it was the first true dragon or Yao Yao's grandfather, they both had a big secret on them. He suspected that they weren't creatures from the Een realm. Didn't Yao Yao's grandfather participate in the ancient war? Chu Feng asked. No. It was said that he cultivated himself to the point of crippling himself and kept studying some illusory things. Now it seems like he wanted to go to the Yang realm and find some undefeatable people for revenge. He was anxious for quick results, so he disappeared a few years before the war. Chu Feng was shocked. Then he sighed. If Yao Yao's grandfather could participate in the war, the ending might be different. That was because he guessed that the person in the coffin was too extraordinary. Uncle Ming sighed. It's a pity. His achievements were very shocking. Even though no one knew how strong he was, he must be extraordinary to be able to nurture Yao Yao's father. Some people guessed that he was already a heaven illuminator, but he used special methods to not manifest his Dao fruit in the universe. What's wrong with his body? Chu Feng asked further. Uncle Ming said he lost control. Sometimes he couldn't control himself. There were blazing symbols all over his body. He obliterated his emotions and killed people. Now it seems that those blazing symbols are condensed from Yang Qi. It's very similar to the Yang Qi on Little Shi's body. Yes, the special symbols condensed from Yang Qi caused him to lose control sometimes. Did someone do something to him? Chu Feng drew in a breath of cold air. How powerful was that person? Those Yang Qi symbols on his body seemed to be alive. I heard that in the end, divine gold grew out of the symbols. Uncle Ming frowned as he recalled the events of the past. Chu Feng was terrified. He thought of the coffin he saw in the Earth's core. There were metal chains wrapped around it, and there was even mother gold among them. In reality, it was the same for the corpse demon. It was chained by divine gold chains. Could it be that it grew out of the flesh of the real body? Uncle Ming, I might have seen Yao Yao's grandfather. He's under Mount Zhijin, in the Earth's core that leads directly to the mother planet. Chu Feng explained the situation in detail and ended the call. Then, he contacted Lady Shi and asked her some questions. Little Shi, I'll expose you immediately if you keep being so mushy. Lady Shi felt goosebumps all over her body. She couldn't stand him. I want to ask you about the Yang realm. Have you ever heard of someone's body glowing and then symbols appearing? Finally, divine gold growing out of the symbols? Lady Shi immediately went silent. After a long time, under Chu Feng's repeated urging, she finally took a deep breath and asked him in an incomparably solemn and serious manner. Where did you hear about it? There seems to be such a person in ancient Earth. Don't interrupt me and tell me about it quickly. Chu Feng continued to ask. I'll tell you clearly. The existence involved in this kind of thing is extremely terrifying. Lady Shi informed him seriously and solemnly. What's going on? Chu Feng was astonished. That's because the person who can use this kind of method on others is the most powerful creature in each era. During the years when he appeared, he was undoubtedly one of the small group of people who stood at the top of the pyramid. Is it really that abnormal? Chu Feng also revealed a serious expression. Of course, that's a peerless character. He's using rules in order to plant the mother gold, leaving a gold grain in the body of a creature. As the chosen human cauldron becomes stronger, the mother gold will grow and be harvested to refine weapons. Of course, the cauldron chosen by such a character is definitely not a simple person and is destined to rise in the future. Of course, The prerequisite is that the mother gold is cultivated honestly and that the peerless expert doesn't kill him in the end. Chu Feng immediately calmed down and digested this information. He was deeply horrified. The waters of the Yang realm were too deep, even more terrifying than this universe. Even mother gold could be obtained like this? In an instant, Chu Feng realized a lot. The robbery induction breathing technique, the stone box, the 3 seeds, all of which were suspected to be from the Yang realm. Now, it was related to the Yao Yao lineage and Lady Shi. Even the land of reincarnation might be related to the Yang realm. He sighed softly. The Yang realm was very terrifying, and the waters were incomparably deep. Since he had connections with these people and things, he might really have to go to the Yang realm one day. Could it be they'll have to leave the Yang realm one day and go to that so-called normal human world? Chu Feng muttered to himself. He was influenced by Lady Shi and even called this universe the Yang realm. In reality, the more he understood, the more he felt that the universe Yao Yao was and seemed to be the normal human world. Lady Shi shouted, "Hey, did you hear what I said? Let me tell you, don't attack and don't come into contact with people who have the mother gold talisman planted in them. Stay away from them as much as possible because the power behind them is too terrifying. They're legendary divine dynasties and characters in the Yang realm. They must not be provoked." "All right, I understand." Chu Feng pondered for a long time after ending the call. "Forget it. It's useless to think so much now. I'd better take care of the matter in front of me." Chu Feng continued on his way at lightning speed and entered the deepest part of the Eastern Sea. Then he saw a dense fog and also discovered that many evolvers from the outer realms were trapped here, sealing off this part of the sea. There were even people challenging him to a fight. His expression was indifferent as he ignored them and quietly hid in the void. Then he entered the depths of the dense fog and ascended the island where Mount Eternal was. The 12 domains he had laid down were still there, but it was obvious that they had been attacked. The Saint Children and the others from the outside world weren't simple. They had launched an attack and landed on this island. Fortunately, the domains were incomparably sturdy and hadn't been broken. "Brother, you're back." The Manchurian tiger was the first to discover him because he was guarding the edge of the island and was on guard, ready to fight at any time. "I'm back. Everyone, prepare to evolve," said Chu Feng. "Haha, that's great. I can't wait." Just now, a so-called genius from the demon race came to the island with a group of people and wanted to kill his way in. This old yak is so angry. The big black yak howled and felt sullen. He was blocked here and had come knocking on his door, yet he couldn't do anything. If he didn't have the domains, it would have been disastrous. Chapter 694. A group of people surrounded him, breathing rapidly. Whether it was the black yak, Ouyang Feng, or the group of great demons from Kunlun, their gazes were fervent and fiery. They were about to emit green light. After the upheaval, all kinds of life forms were evolving. They were the best of the best. Some of them were already close to becoming spiritual monsters and had lived for more than a few hundred years. For example, the black yak would occasionally let slip that he couldn't forget the beautiful goddess-like green yak on the Tibetan plateau several hundred years ago. Also, the Manchurian tiger often boasted shamelessly. He said that he had never tasted defeat in Siberia and the northeast region for several hundred years, and that he was the only one seeking defeat. During this period of time, the group of great demons were so sullen that they wanted to die. They were stuck on the island, and their lives were constantly threatened. They were incomparably eager to evolve and become stronger. Don't be anxious. We have to ensure that everyone is in their best condition. "Have you guys recuperated?" asked Chu Feng. The black yak patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Ever since you expelled the strange energy in my body, my injuries have been nourished by the 6-path reincarnation pill, which can only be used by golden arhats. I've completely recovered in a day and a night." Chu Feng observed that the evolution of this group was uneven. Some were at the carefree realm, some were at the mid-visualization realm, and some were at the late visualization realm. The potions they needed were also different. Chu Feng didn't have many medicines that corresponded to the Cloud Eater realm, but it was enough. He He had enough medicines for the carefree and visualization realms. Old Bear, Old Who, you guys should raise your strength to the visualization realm first. Chu Feng distributed the medicines. Everyone had a small jade jar with more than 1 or 2 pills inside. It was enough for them to evolve and advance. The old black bear and the yellow fox were Xiong Kuan and Hu Sheng's grandfathers. These 2 grandsons really didn't get to know Chu Feng through a fight. They went from opposing each other to lowering their heads and then following him. In the end, they called Chu Feng uncle. When Chu Feng went to Kunlun for the first time, it was the old black bear who sent Chu Feng on his last journey to the western region. Haha, this is great. The old monster was overjoyed. Other than them, the Tibetan Antelope King and others, as well as Chu Feng's parents, were also at this level. In fact, most of the great demons on the island were at this level. The Antelope King sighed with emotion. When Chu Feng went to Kunlun for the first time, he killed the purple gold woodpecker king who made things difficult for him. At that time, the Antelope Martial King was also hostile towards Chu Feng. In the end, his 2 thick horns were smashed off. It was only after experiencing a life and death battle together and going through trials and tribulations together that he changed his attitude towards Chu Feng. Now, he was even more indebted to him. Some of the following people were at the early stage of visualization, such as the old llama, the mastiff king, and the old ape of the Dawn Temple. There were also a few at the mid-visualization realm, such as the black yak, the old grandmaster Wu Qifeng, and the Manchurian tiger. There was no doubt that many people were able to advance to this level because of yellow cattle and Ouyang toad. The 2 of them had brought out some mutant fruits from the depths of Mount Eternal, which allowed this group of people to transform and rapidly evolve. As for yellow cattle and Ouyang Feng, they had recently been stuck at the late stage of visualization and were unable to obtain fruits of a higher level. There's a problem in the depths of the demon race's holy land. The hurdle we're currently facing is too difficult. There's a terrifying slave race guarding those mutant trees and fruits. Even those at the transformation and golden body realms might be killed when they enter. Ouyang Feng was indignant. Otherwise, they could have advanced a step further. In the end, their path forward was blocked. Don't worry. After advancing by leaps and bounds this time, we're all at the Cloud Eater realm. I'll try to enter with you guys later and break through that hurdle. Unfortunately, you're not from the demon race. Yellow Cattle shook his head. Chu Feng said, "Get some demon blood and cross the sea by deceiving everyone." Ouyang Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "Perhaps we can ask for external help like this. Cow, think about those hints. Otherwise, even those at the golden body realm will die when they enter. Isn't this a dead end? They're deliberately making things difficult for us." The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Isn't there a broken copper tablet? Even though the record is incomplete, it seems to mention the demon race's outer sect protector. We'll study it in detail later. Yellow Cattle also revealed a strange expression. After that, Chu Feng became solemn. He reminded Big Black Yak, the old llama, the Mastiff King, Wu Qifeng, and the others that even though there were sufficient mutant fruits, they already needed to comprehend the visualization realm evolution on their own. They had to visualize a picture scroll that belonged to them. Chu Feng was abnormally solemn, as he said. At this level, you need to use your blood chi as the paper and your spirit as the paint. The Tao fruit will have far-reaching effects, and you mustn't be rash. Don't be negligent and rush your advancement in order to quickly evolve. He was afraid that these people would be anxious for quick results, which would lead to an unstable foundation and limit their combat power. That was because it was actually very difficult to visualize one's own picture scroll. In the outer realm, the more top-notch the evolutionary sects were, the stricter the requirements they had for their disciples. They even made them meditate and visualize at this level for a few years. Don't worry, we've solved this problem. The Manchurian tiger laughed mischievously. After that, the group looked toward Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng, feeling incomparably grateful to them. Currently, This group of great demons was only staying within the mountain gate and hadn't actually entered the demon race's sacred land to break through the Death Pass. Only Ouyang the Toad and Yellow Cattle dared to do so because it was too dangerous. Only peerless geniuses of the demon race could enter, otherwise they would definitely be annihilated. There had been a bloody lesson. Among the first batch of people to arrive here, apart from Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, Big Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the Old Donkey, there was also a Golden Condor. It was a mount that Chu Feng had subdued on Mount Lu. In the end, the Golden Condor was very competitive and wanted to compete with Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng to break through the pass together. In the end, it died tragically after only a few passes. This was also the reason why Big Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the Old Donkey wouldn't enter no matter what. The environment inside was too cruel. There was no need to mention the great demons of Kunlun who came later. They were also lingering outside the mountain gate, cultivating the various demon race secret techniques that Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng had brought back from inside. Don't worry, there's no problem with the visualization level. Ouyang Feng's eyes had recovered, and he looked askance at others once again. He and Yellow Cattle had brought out a large number of demon race predecessors' visualization scrolls from the depths of Mount Eternal's forbidden land for cultivating demon sages for everyone's reference. The records inside were very detailed. There were all kinds of methods, specific steps, notes of experience, and even personal letters that hadn't been passed down. It could be said to be too precious. This was much easier than relying on one's own to fumble around and create something purely on their own. But this also meant that they lacked the process of pioneering and painstaking contemplation. In the end, they were somewhat shortcuts and took some shortcuts. Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng weren't among them. They had sincerely comprehended on their own and went on a pioneering visualization. After that, they corroborated with the personal letters left behind by the demon race predecessors. The Old Donkey looked at Chu Feng and bared his teeth as he said, "Brother, why are you frowning? Do you really want us to be as abnormal as you? We're not going to contend for hegemony with the top few outstanding young talents in the universe, so we don't have that intention. We just want to run behind you and wave the flag and cheer for you. We'll beat that bunch of grandsons to death. Hee-haw, beat them to death." Chu Feng was relieved. It was impossible for everyone to pursue perfection on the path of evolution. That wasn't realistic because everyone's combat power was at different levels. For example, he had the little black and white grinding stone in his body. Yellow Cattle had the mysterious medicine pounding jar in his body, and Ouyang Feng had also obtained a small bronze roller from the demon race's forbidden land at Mount Eternal. All of them could help them refine their bloodlines, purify the mutant fruits they had absorbed, and purify all kinds of energy between heaven and earth. But the others didn't have it because this kind of thing was too precious. Only the most powerful orthodoxies in the universe had it, and it was limited to their direct descendants. Chu Feng laughed and said, "All right, since the visualization level has been resolved, a large piece of roadblock has been removed. Everyone, hurry up and evolve. In any case, we have the deity elixir, so we don't have to worry about problems even if we continuously evolve in a short period of time." The deity elixir was a rare treasure and had too many uses. Of course, this thing couldn't be used without restraint. Even the deity race wouldn't use it carelessly. That kind of supreme race had incomparably strict requirements for their direct descendants. They placed more emphasis on their comprehension and required them to fumble about on their own. Just as Old Donkey had said, not everyone needed to climb to the highest peak of evolution and contend for hegemony there. They were content with their current achievements. Chu Feng said again, regarding the Cloud Eater realm, "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to advance. I'll go scout first and strive to find a great fortune for everyone." He wanted everyone to advance first, but they had to hold back at the last moment. Even Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng, the two people with the highest evolutionary levels, had to suppress themselves after eating the mutant fruits. They weren't in a hurry to break through to the Cloud Eater realm. Chu Feng went to scout a certain place to see if he could obtain some kind of immortal mist or divine mist. He had personally experienced it. He had suppressed himself for several months before breaking through on the Death Star with the universe's black prison. It was all because the first multicolored mist he swallowed when he advanced was a peerless treasure. It could increase his combat power and was extremely beneficial to his future evolution. Fortunately, he succeeded and snatched away the fortune of the Shilin clan. On this day, the island was overflowing with brilliant colors. There were tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light, and propitious vapors overflowed. A group of people were busy evolving because they had enough medicines and also had the personal notes of predecessors from the depths of the demon race's forbidden land, Mount Eternal. This allowed the transformation here to go very smoothly. One could see that the Mastiff King's missing forelimbs were growing and evolving once again. This made his body even larger and more dazzling. One could also see that the big black yak's 2 broken horns were growing continuously. They were thick and sturdy, as though they could pierce through the heaven and earth. There were strange patterns in the coarseness, tyrannical and wild. The old Grandmaster Wu Qifeng was becoming younger and younger. His white hair was gone, and even his face was gradually rosy and delicate. He didn't look like a centenarian at all. He was clearly a man in his 30s. The old Lama was glowing. He didn't look like a Buddhist disciple over 100 years old anymore. Vigorous vitality overflowed from his broken Dharma body. His appearance was solemn and dignified, and his whole body was suffused with golden light. It was as though he was the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Moreover, he looked very young. Xiong Kuin's grandfather, the black bear, grew a silver horn on his head. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This was an extraordinary bloodline mutation. His strength was increasing explosively. The group's constitution was improving intensely. Chu Feng estimated that he had enough medicine in his hands, and there would be leftovers. He thought of his old friends and didn't dare approach them for fear of implicating them. Moreover, he had already told them to hide. For example, Xiong Kuin, Hu Sheng, clairvoyant Du Huaijin, clairaudient Ouyang Qing, Yi Qingru, and the old man Lu Tong. When the time came, he was prepared to help them improve their constitutions, especially the old man Lu Tong, who had once helped him greatly. Chu Feng felt that he must pave the way for this old fox's evolution. At the same time, Chu Feng also thought of those from the corporate powers, Jiang Luoshen, Vajra, Silver Wing, and that lousy director Zhou Etian. He wondered how they were doing. Additionally, he also thought of his former enemies, the Peacock King and the Nine Lives Cat. How are they doing now? He wanted to go and take a look when he had the time. Chu Feng saw that every part of the island was glowing and everyone was surging with vitality. He said, "Don't be anxious. Take your time. You must restrain yourselves. I'll go scout for you and find a great fortune." Chapter 695. Correcting the previous chapter, the scroll that wrote about oneself should correspond to the carefree realm. The Eastern Sea was vast with millions upon millions of miles of blue waves. After coming out of the island where Mount Eternal was, Chu Feng plunged into the sea and headed into the distance. He was also moving at lightning speed underwater. Before long, he was close to the Eastern Sea Dragon City. This was an underwater city with sparkling and translucent corals, all kinds of giant sea snails, and hawksbill turtle shells. The city constructed from these materials looked very beautiful and sparkling. In particular, the bright red corals glowed and fist-sized sea pearls blossomed with multicolored light, providing the underwater city with a splendid and magnificent light source. The underwater world was extremely beautiful. Near the city, there were many strange trees and other things growing one after another. Some of their beautiful leaves were golden, some were purple, and some were silvery white like jade. It could be said that there was a riot of colors, and it was full of vitality. Rainbow fish swam, white sea turtles strolled, flood serpents moved, marine people moved. There were all kinds of creatures. This was like a fairy tale world, so beautiful that it was almost like a dream. This wasn't Chu Feng's first time here, but he was still attracted by the beautiful scenery and found it pleasing to the eye. He changed his appearance and boldly went to the center of the underwater city. That was where the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was located. There were many underwater vines and mutant trees. This was a rare Pure Land. However, although the city was crowded, the Crystal Dragon Palace was a bit quiet and not the same as before. Especially outside the palace, the marine race standing guard was a bit different. They didn't look like native evolvers, but a type of two-headed flying snake with bright colors and cold eyes. They were different from the guards of the Dragon Palace he had seen before. Is the dragoness here? Chu Feng went forward. The pupils of a few two-headed flying snakes constricted. They spat out their tongues and hissed. One of them said, "You come here." Most places under the sea use telepathy. However, this area was a bit special and formed a strange space. There was no water in the Dragon Palace, as if it was isolated from the sea. Chu Feng sighed and immediately understood that something had happened to the Dragon Palace. These weren't the original guards of the Eastern Sea Dragon race. His expression turned cold as he walked forward. He was a bit worried about the dragoness, afraid that something might happen to her. In fact, he already had a premonition before he rushed here. After all, so many Saint Sons had come from the Eastern Sea, and hundreds of evolutionary sects had joined forces. It was very likely that they would reshuffle the power structure here. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. He was worried and hoped that nothing would happen to the Dragon Lady. Boom! The next moment, a domain rune lit up in front of the Dragon Palace, intending to trap Chu Feng. Apparently, the power occupying this place had already prepared for this. They had thought of some possibilities and wanted to capture and kill people related to the Eastern Sea Dragon race. Just let yourself be captured. Those twin-headed snakes sneered. Their eyes were vicious, and the fangs in their mouths were frighteningly snow-white. Ignorant fool. Chu Feng stomped down forcefully and extinguished all the domain runes. Then he slapped out with his palm. Bang! A two-headed snake exploded, turning into a lump of blood. Even its bones melted away. Boom! Then he punched out with a lightning fist. Except for a double-headed snake, the rest were all destroyed. Chu Feng pulled the only surviving two-headed snake over and tapped its head with a finger to search its memories. He could forcefully search the brains and spirits of evolvers who were far weaker than him. In an instant, Chu Feng's expression turned cold. Some of the Outer Realms marine races had occupied this place and used it as a temporary imperial residence. They had once killed some members of the Eastern Sea Dragon race. You all deserve to die. Chu Feng snapped the two-headed snake with a bang. The races occupying this place were the Sea God Snake and the Sea Yiksha. The Saint Sons of these two races liked to live in the water. If they weren't besieging Mount Eternal, they would spend most of their time here. All of you come out. Chu Feng's murderous intent surged as he directly charged inside. At the same time, the Outer Realm Marine race guards appeared one after another, shouting as they charged toward him. Bang! It was just a punch, but the fist-like cut through the entire Dragon Palace and sent the group of people in front flying. Some were broken, some exploded, and some were burned. This was the Yang Realm's divine technique, Lightning Fist. It could be said that its power was too powerful. Who dares to court death and disturb my slumber? An angry roar came from within the Dragon Palace, following which a Sea Yiksha appeared. He had an ugly face like a malicious spirit. He had golden skin, a robust body, and horns on his head. Your grandpa is here. Get over here. Chu Feng berated. At this time, he revealed his true appearance. His murderous intent was terrifying, and his eyes were somewhat red. He had a good relationship with the dragoness. If she were to die in the hands of this group of people, it would be useless even if he killed all of them. It would be difficult to redeem the situation. You're Chu Feng. The Sea Yiksha was shocked. His heart was beating like a drum upon seeing Chu Feng return. He was extremely unwilling to start battle. The Sea God Snake wasn't here. Only the Sea Yiksha was here. He felt that the odds were against him. Get over here and accept your death. Chu Feng shouted in a thunderous rage. He opened his large hands and grabbed forward. Bang! The sea yiksha wanted to break out of the encirclement. All kinds of sea snakes and yikshas attacked at the same time. In the end, they were either crushed to death or exploded by Chu Feng. The sea yiksha race's saint child was grabbed by Chu Feng. Then, with a single palm strike, half of his body was fractured. He lay limp on the ground and could no longer move. The sea yiksha suddenly realized that the disparity between the two was too great. This demon King Chu was even more powerful than the rumors said. He was practically a saint child among saint children, peerless in the same generation. Where's the dragoness? I'll skin you alive if you dare speak half a lie. Chu Feng's expression was cold and murderous. The sea yiksha trembled and immediately cooperated. Divine Son Chu Feng, please be magnanimous. We didn't want to capture the dragoness, but she's not in the dragon palace. She's already escaped. Additionally, a portion of the Eastern Sea Dragon race had already escaped. We didn't kill all of them. What saint child? Divine Son? Do you think I'm as fond of these titles as you are? They're just side dishes to go with wine, hard currency that can be used to exchange for resources. Chu Feng stepped on him and interrogated him for more details. In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that the dragoness wasn't dead. In order to avenge the Eastern Sea Dragon race, Chu Feng gave him a quick death by killing him with his fists. Following which, he swept through the marine race occupying this place and eliminated them all. Chu Feng stood there without moving. He was very quiet, waiting just like that. The city at the bottom of the sea was in chaos. Many of the Eastern Sea's natives were shocked to see this scene. Chu Feng didn't leave. On the contrary, he sat in meditation and circulated his breathing technique to calm his heart. As expected, someone finally approached him. He mustered his courage to look carefully and whispered, "You are really Chu Feng?" "That's me." Chu Feng nodded. "This way, please." A marine race evolved being led him away. In the end, they left the city and stopped in a trench. The white turtle stopped. It was very loyal to the Eastern Sea Dragon race and asked for a token from Chu Feng. Chu Feng pondered for a moment before taking out the scarlet flying sword he had used in the beginning and handing it to it. "Very well, just you wait." The white turtle actually had a secret treasure on it. It could tear open space and disappear in an instant. "Chu Feng, it's really you." In the end, the dragoness rushed over. She was pleasantly surprised after seeing Chu Feng. She was also incomparably excited and somewhat sad because some of her clansmen had died. "It's me, I'm back." Chu Feng was also happy to see his friend alive. He could finally put down his worries. "Didn't you enter the starry skies? When did you return? The people from the outer realms are surrounding Mount Eternal and targeting you. You must be careful," the dragoness warned him. Chu Feng nodded. "Don't worry, I came back because of the hundreds of evolved sections. They want to surround and destroy Mount Eternal? I think they've miscalculated. We'll hunt them instead. Let's go, come with me." He wanted to bring the dragoness to the true dragon's lair. At the same time, he wanted to give her an evolutionary medicine to raise her to the Cloud Eater realm. Cloud Eater! The dragoness' beautiful eyes widened after hearing his detailed explanation. Her face was full of shock. "Yes, I can only reach the Cloud Eater realm at the moment. I can't bring in any higher grade mutant fruits. The Mother Planet's recovery has a certain level of suppression. Now we're allowing Cloud Eater evolvers from the outer realms to enter. The same goes for mutant fruits and weapons." Before long, they appeared in the eye of the Eastern Sea and entered the true dragon's lair. Chu Feng sensed something was wrong as soon as he entered. Many evolvers had come here before, and there were even domain masters who had taken action. There were traces of blood and corpses outside the true dragon lair. There was a dragon cave near the mountain at the end of the ruins. The dragon lair made of thunderstruck wood was faintly discernible and surging with draconic chi. Chu Feng frowned and said, "I underestimated this place. I thought I could enter the dragon lair after becoming a peak domain master. Now it seems I was too optimistic. This place is actually recovering and is even more terrifying than before. People from the outer realms had attacked this place before, but failed." He searched here and even entered the ruins to break the ancient remnant domains. He found even more corpses and actually 2 domain masters. In the end, Chu Feng sighed. He took away some thunderstruck wood and even picked up some dragon blood grass that had evolved 3 or even 4 times. He gave these herbs to the dragoness as they were extremely beneficial for her transformation into a dragon. Let's go. I can't enter the true dragon's lair at the moment. Chu Feng stared helplessly at the ancient cave on the mountain. The draconic qi there was growing denser, and the fragrance of medicine assailed his nostrils. He could vaguely see the dragon embryo tree and the inverse scale flower. Those 2 plants were like parts of a true dragon with scales. The dense fragrance assailed his nostrils. This was a great fortune. Chu Feng was somewhat regretful, but in the end, he revealed a joyous expression. From another perspective, he could come here when he was stronger. Domain researchers had heaven-defying methods. They could borrow the true dragon's and phoenix's divine lair to condense the power of the mountains and rivers and absorb fortunes. They would sleep in the lair and undergo nirvana, realizing an extremely terrifying evolutionary journey. Ordinary evolvers could consume mutant fruits to improve their constitution and achieve evolution. However, the methods of domain researchers were equivalent to devouring the spiritual essence of the mountains and rivers. It was even more terrifying and shocking. Of course, the risks were also great. Additionally, where would one find the lair of a true dragon or phoenix? How many intact ones could be found throughout the universe? Amen, that's fine. I won't use it now. I'll come back at the critical moment after I reach a certain height. It'll be more useful then. It was better to stand at a higher height and undergo nirvana than to use the fortune here in a hurry. In the end, Chu Feng sent the dragoness to Mount Eternal and let her improve her constitution and evolve. He then left once again and crossed the ocean toward the land. Chu Feng arrived in Shandong and rushed out of Hezi. He entered the day pond that had only appeared after the upheavals. According to historical records, Qilins roamed this place. The Western hunt to capture the Qilin happened here. In the past, Chu Feng had come here and really found the Qilin's old lair. However, it had long since been occupied by extraterrestrial evolvers. He couldn't do anything to those people back then, but naturally, it wasn't a problem now. Chu Feng was filled with emotions as he walked on the road toward the depths of the day pond. Back then, he had killed Lu Tong's superior, the Hollow Jade Temple Master, Yuan. The Qilin's old lair was now very lively. Many evolvers were moving together and listening to the orders of the 4 domain masters. They wanted to disintegrate this place. It could be said that the people from the outer realms had mustered a large force and were now attacking this place. They wanted to take down the Qilin's lair. Amen. It really isn't as terrifying as the true dragon's lair. That's because this place had been broken in ancient times and wasn't a complete divine beast lair. Perhaps it was also related to the Qilin that hadn't matured yet and was prematurely hunted down. Chu Feng checked the terrain and found that this place most likely couldn't be used for nirvana. This is the place. My brothers are in luck. The fortunes they need are all dependent on the rich qi left behind by the Qilin. There was Qilin qi here. It was one of the most powerful, auspicious beasts in the world with divine blood flowing within its body. Wherever the Qilin stayed, it was a pure land with divine clouds and auspicious lights condensed together with the Qilin qi. It was extremely suitable for Cloud Eater level evolvers to consume. There's a Qilin flower in the lair. It condenses the most concentrated Qilin qi. We can't miss it. Chu Feng was delighted. The so-called Cloud Eater and qi consumption referred to the Cloud Eater realm. Chu Feng stared at this group of people and found that their progress wasn't very fast. According to the current trend, it would take at least half a month to disintegrate this broken Qilin's lair. I'll let you guys do the hard work first. I'll take over when my brothers are ready. Chu Feng smiled. Then he left. 8 days later, Chu Feng returned with a group of people on a green bamboo boat. They stealthily left the eastern sea and arrived here. They're working through the night. I'm afraid this place will be broken in 2 days. Chu Feng was surprised. Then, his smile became even more brilliant. I really can't wait. I'm a bit excited. The old donkey kicked his hind legs in excitement. I can't stand it either. I really want to enter the Cloud Eater realm immediately and swallow a mouthful of Chilanchi here. The Manchurian tiger wanted to howl. Dragoness, the black yak, Ouyang Feng, yellow cattle, Wu Qifeng, the old llama, and the others couldn't calm down either. Their blood was surging, and they wanted nothing more than a charge and immediately. Chu Feng said, "All right, I'll act in advance to avoid any undue delays. When they really break through, the people from the outside world might have already arrived. We'll act 2 days in advance." Then a one-sided battle took place here. At first, the battle was very intense. After all, there were a few domain masters keeping watch. But in the end, they were all killed by Chu Feng. He understood domains, and he understood combat even more. He crushed his way through. 1 day later, Chu Feng personally broke through the broken Qilint's old lair. Roar! The group of great demons cried out like ghosts crying and gods howling. This area was filled with jubilation. Then, multicolored light flickered and the clouds churned. They began to break through and began to gather the first strand of chi and clouds needed to enter the Cloud Eater realm. Chapter 696. This place was like a stone formation filled with white mist. It would be easy to get lost if one were to barge in rashly. This was the Qilint's lair, the former residence of the auspicious beasts. Many stones were piled up together in clusters like a pyramid. Some were piled up like a small stone mountain. The energy here was dense and many times more intense than that of many famed mountains. I feel like I'm about to ascend. My body is light and my spirit is strong. Hee-haw, hee-haw! The old donkey cried out. His 4 hooves were glowing as he was about to leave the ground. He was swallowing the multicolored light and mist in large mouthfuls. His whole body was sparkling, and his fur was shining as if he was plated with a layer of metal. He could feel his own strength. Don't be careless. The Cloud Eater realm is very important. After breaking through, you can consume the clouds and chi. From then on, you'll be like the immortals in the ancient legends. You'll occasionally have wondrous techniques and divine abilities. Chu Feng warned them not to relax and to use their hearts to experience it. He was indeed worried. After all, some of these great demons had broken through one after another recently. He was afraid that their evolutionary foundations would be unstable. Even if they consumed the deity elixir to solve the hidden dangers, they would still be lacking in terms of comprehension. Brother, don't worry. You might have overlooked something. The Black Yak spoke with a rare seriousness. Take me, for example. I've developed my spiritual intelligence for hundreds of years. Although I lacked opportunities and couldn't obtain evolutionary fruits in advance, I've always been recovering with the heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, we're demons. This planet's order fragments are nourishing us after we've activated our spiritual roots. He spoke of a truth that Chu Feng hadn't considered. Strictly speaking, these great demons were the earliest spiritual beings on Earth. They had long since become demons. It was just that they couldn't rapidly improve their physique before the drastic changes in the world. They lacked the corresponding pollen and medicine. However, the mother planet's laws were recovering and the order fragments were surging. They were most effective against spiritual beings and had already seeped into their bodies. In fact, this was the essence of the demon's emergence. That means you've accumulated a lot and have endured the baptism of the long years. You've recovered with the earth and contain the new era's law fragments after the end of days? Chu Feng said with a strange expression. Then he was stunned. Many thoughts ran through his head, and he became interested. In essence, that's true. The Black Yak nodded. How did you know? Chu Feng was curious. Ouyang Feng opened his mouth and looked at him with slanted eyes as he said, "The personal letters of the predecessors that I brought out from Mount Eternal had this kind of discussion about what kind of changes would occur after the end of days." Yellow Cattle nodded and said, "Actually, it's not just us. You're the same. Why was it said that the earth had recovered and that there were endless opportunities, especially after the world had undergone a complete change? 1 year of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of cultivation in the outside world. It's because on this planet, all kinds of living things contain the order fragments that are activated rapidly due to the recovery of the mother planet. They grow together with the mother planet, which is why they evolve rapidly. Chu Feng nodded. He felt that it was reasonable. The Manchurian tiger said, "So, brother, you don't have to worry about us. Look, other than you and Goldie and a few others, which one of us isn't an old guy who has accumulated more than 100 years of experience? I'm sure there are many mother planet order fragments in our bodies. If we carefully look inside and comprehend them, we will naturally have some achievements." These were all problems that Chu Feng had never considered before. He was rather inspired today and nodded subconsciously. This group of great demons were the creatures with the strongest spirituality on Earth. In the end of days where they couldn't evolve, they had actually lived for several hundred years. This was definitely considered a miracle of life. It's all because of the order fragments. He sighed softly. After that, he felt happy for these people, because this meant that this group of great demons could go even further. The increase in their strength would be very shocking. Upon closer inspection, even the Wudong Grandmaster Wu Qifeng and the old Lama from the Western region had astonishing visions. They were all centenarians and could be considered to have gained wisdom from old age. That's to say that everyone's spirituality is very strong. You opened your spiritual roots several hundred years ago and accumulated it until now. Chu Feng revealed a happy expression and let out a long sigh. The big black yak said, "It's not just that. Do you know Old Black's experience of wandering around Kunlun for several hundred years? I often stayed in monasteries and listened to the eminent monks preach the Buddhist Dharma and Zen Tao. After going through the baptism of one monastery after another, Old Black's skills aren't necessarily inferior to the old lamas." The Mastiff King also nodded. His experience was also very colorful. Similarly, in the Western region, he had gone from one monastery to another over several hundred years, and had even been the sacred beast that protected the monastery. In Tibet, there were legends about the sacred beasts of Kunlun mountain range, and so on. They were somewhat related. The Manchurian tiger laughed and said, "During the past several hundred years, when I was roaming Siberia in the northeast, I used to herd wild boars and gather old ginseng for nourishment. I was more powerful than the most experienced herdsmen and herb gatherers. In addition, I was a mountain god in a broken mountain temple for a long time." Chu Feng's expression was odd. "You knew how to herd wild beasts and gather ginseng since several hundred years ago. You were a mountain god? You're indeed a demon." Then he looked at the others. As expected, all of them were very spiritual and had long since become spirits. Hundreds of years ago, they had already done many things that normal humans might not be able to do. For example, Hu Sheng's grandfather, the Fox King. There were too many legends about the great immortal Hu among the people. When it was the old donkey's turn to speak, he boasted even more. "I was born in Jiangnan. I'm well-read and proficient in calligraphy and painting. I can even recite poems and write lyrics. Stay on one side." Everyone looked down on him. This donkey was too good at bragging. The old donkey didn't like what he was hearing. He was a bit impatient and said, "It's true. During my years in the mountains, I often had the mood to write poems. If you don't believe me, listen up. Oh my son, you're as black as a ghost. Oh my toad, you're green on your head. Oh my horse, you have 4 legs. Oh my donkey, you're a heavenly dragon sleeping in the human world. What do you think?" At this moment, the big black yak's face turned even darker. The toad wanted to spit on the old donkey's face. The horse king, on the other hand, rubbed his shiny bald head. Everyone couldn't stand him anymore. They boycotted him together and made him shut up. At this moment, the four-horned Zhou Quan was about to cry. He had a depressed expression on his face as he said, "You're all old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years. There are many order fragments in your bodies, and your accumulations are deep. How come it's the other way around now? I, a primate, have become the bottom." Chu Feng patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's fine. I'm the same as you. My accumulations aren't deep either." "Not deep? You can even enter the universe to harm other races, muttered Zhou Quan. The dragoness smiled and said, Everyone, don't get distracted. Don't stop. Hurry up and cultivate. Stabilize your Cloud Eater realm. You're right. I can't wait. I want to come out of seclusion immediately. I want to seek revenge on those Jun Tua eggs from the outer realms, especially those from the spirit race. Of course, there's also the native innocuous divine physique, Peng Lai, and Ingzhou. Yes, hurry up. We must hunt them after we come out of seclusion. We'll crush them in terms of realm and strength. The group of great demons cried out. They were excited because they had been stifled too much during this period of time. There were clusters of purple flowers in the stone forest. The flower buds were as big as the mouth of a bowl. Propitious chi and multicolored light rose together. It was obvious that there was a strange energy substance within. These flower buds were peculiar because there was a Qilin pattern on the petals. It was extremely astonishing. Pop! In particular, some of the flower buds were blooming along with everyone's breathing. They emitted light sounds, and a strong fragrance assailed their nostrils. It was so fragrant that it could intoxicate people. Moreover, multicolored light overflowed when the flower buds bloomed and immortal mist surged. It was too dense. When someone opened their mouth to breathe, the flower buds were very strange. They emitted mist, light, and pollen that flew over to only one person. Fortunately, there were clusters of Qilin flowers here. It was enough for this group of great demons. It was obvious that this was one of the most precious gifts from the ruins of the Qilin's lair. The Qilin flower was priceless. It was a plant that was born from a fusion of the Qilin's blood chi and energy. The flower buds bloomed with Qilin light. It was unknown how long had passed. Yellow cattle and Ouyang Feng were the first to make a breakthrough. Yellow cattle didn't need to be mentioned. His entire body was golden and resplendent, as if he was going to transform. But in the end, his eyes were like golden lamps, and the golden spots on his body flourished even more intensely. He was still a toad. Croak. Damn your grandpa. Why didn't you turn into a dragon or an immortal bird? Why are you still like this? Ouyang Feng was terrible. That was because he was a divine beast that came out of an egg. At first, he was like a dragon, then a bird, and finally a toad. He thought he would change into other forms with evolution, and at that time, he would be divine and domineering. In the end, it was still a tragedy. Don't be anxious. You were cursed in the divine egg before you hatched. Chu Feng comforted him. At first, the toad was moved, but then he heard him say, try to become a frog next time and a crow next time. One day, you'll fly up a branch and transform into an immortal bird. Ouyang Feng's face immediately darkened. He then looked at him with slanted eyes and madly spat at him. Moo! The black yak's entire body was shining. It was pitch black and shiny, as if he was cast from black gold. He emitted black light, and his entire body was strong and powerful like a small primordial demonic mountain. His pair of large horns had completely grown and were becoming increasingly sturdy. All kinds of patterns appeared on his shiny black fur. That was the embodiment of runes and cultivation. Following that, the old Grandmaster stood up and displayed the Taiji fist. Black and white light surged. His entire body was as soft as a willow for a moment, and as fierce as lightning in the next. The old Lama was like a golden arhat with a solemn and dignified appearance. A divine halo appeared behind his head and shone with Buddhist light. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Extraterrestrials, you bunch of grandsons, I'll deal with you ruthlessly when I return. I've succeeded in defying the heavens and can now consume the clouds and chi. I've baptized my supreme donkey body with high-grade energy factors. Consolidation complete. Yawn. Ouyang Feng sneezed and directly flipped the old donkey over. His tone was too arrogant, and it was raining cats and dogs. The old donkey cried out and kicked his hind legs to escape, but he was still a drenched chicken. 2 days later, everyone had completed their evolutions and consolidation. Even Chu Feng's parents had experienced a sharp increase in strength. Even Chu Feng welcomed a small evolution. He was close to the mid-Cloud Eater realm and was just a little bit away. In reality, he had swallowed a lot of Qilin Chi, but he was like a black hole that couldn't be filled. A group of Cloud Eater great demons rubbed their fists and palms together. They couldn't wait to fly back to the Eastern Sea. Let's go and kill our way back. Even the most unconfident Zhou Quan combed his swept-back hair and swayed his four horns. He shouted that he wanted to counterattack and capture the extraterrestrials. We can go back now. Chu Feng nodded. Then, he began to set up a domain before leaving and sealed off this area. That was because there was still the Qilin flower here. It could evolve further along with the Earth's recovery and would be of great use in the future. Other than that, there was also a medicinal field in the stone forest with mutant trees. Now, they had already borne fruits that could allow people to evolve to the visualization realm. It was obvious that fruits with even more powerful medicinal effects would appear as time went by. In the future, this place would become their medicinal field. In reality, there were divine tree roots here. When the Earth had completely recovered and restored its ancient atmosphere, it was possible that sacred medicines and divine fruits would grow here. A large group of people boarded Chu Feng's green bamboo boat. They hid in the void and headed toward the Eastern Sea. Hee-haw, hee-haw, I'm sighing at the ocean. I'm in a mood to write poetry again. I really want to compose a poem. The old donkey bared his buck teeth and was in high spirits. In the end, there were two bangs. First, the black yak gave him a hoof. Then, he suffered a toad technique. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Someone has invaded Mount Eternal. The extraterrestrials have invited a few demon-race geniuses. This time, we'll wipe them all out and kill them all. Someone has really landed on the island. They've come at the right time. Let's kill them all. The group of great demons wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, they laughed loudly and their eyes shone with green light. Chapter 697. The entire island was dusky and shrouded in mist. The island was filled with rocks and a small number of withered old trees left behind by the passage of time. Now they had decayed. Outside the island, the waves of the Eastern Sea were huge and constantly crashed onto the shore. Apparently, the hundreds of Evolver sects had joined hands this time. They had sufficient manpower and, at the very least, there was no lack of domain masters. There were 8 of them working together to break the domains laid down by Chu Feng. 2 of them were peak-level domain masters and weren't necessarily weaker than Chu Feng. However, they were simply too old. Their hair had almost fallen out, and their bodies were hunched. Chu Feng watched calmly as the domains he had laid down were gradually dismantled by the 2 veteran domain masters and 6 others. One warship after another densely packed across the sea, sealing off the surface of the sea. There were dozens of large ships, all of which were the Divine Sons and Sanus's mounts. There were even more small ships, which were the subordinates and followers of the Divine Sons. Many ships had already docked, and evolvers from various races had landed on the island in succession. They were going to surround and hunt down Yellow Cattle, Old Black, and Ouyang Foam. This time, the people from the Outer Realms had launched a large-scale attack. They had mustered a large force, and every single one of them was surging with killing intent. One could see that some of the Divine Sons weren't hiding their sinister smiles. The Manchurian Tiger, Old Donkey, and Zhou Quan were furious and gnashed their teeth. This was raiding their old lair, and they were going to wipe them out. If it wasn't for the fact that they had evolved as a whole, they would have been completely wiped out and massacred. These people from the Outer Realms were too tyrannical. They had adopted the attitude that those who submitted would prosper, and those who opposed would perish. Roar! Ferocious beasts came one after another, all of them very fierce. These were all mounts. A large group of savage beast cavalry landed on the island, and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. The black yak, Wu Qifeng, and the old llama were all shaken. Even Chu Feng was astonished. This was a team that had truly experienced the baptism of countless bloody battles. They came from the deity race, and it was clear that they wanted to kill. That was because the deity race was the most furious. They had lost the most people in Chu Feng's hands, and even the divine sons and saints had fallen. This was an unacceptable loss and a great humiliation. They were one of the initiators of the Allied forces. Celestial Cavalry, Chu Feng said in a low voice. Ever since he had entered the universe, he had learned many things. The deity race's cavalry was very famous. When they whizzed past on the battlefield, they could simply topple the mountains and overturn the seas. This group of cavalry was more powerful than the combined forces of many saints, so they had to be more vigilant. It was because they could condense into one, their energy mutually transferring. When they truly wanted to attack a target, they would release a strike at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. Let's avoid the vanguard of this cavalry later, Chu Feng said. He was looking for an opportunity to personally attack. Following that, the feathers of a group of vicious birds shone as if they were cast from metal. Behind him were the fire lizard, flying snake, biao, and others. They were covered in thick scales as they flew into the island. It was as if a dark cloud drifted over, covering heaven and earth. This group of creatures were all extremely ferocious, bringing with them a powerful pressure that made one's expression become grave. However, the void suddenly trembled. This group of flying creatures panicked and fell towards the ground. Some even directly smashed into the ground, creating deep pits. There were order runes floating in the air above the island, and there was a certain amount of pressure. Most creatures couldn't fly, but there were a few exceptions. Let's go to the island. After a short period of panic, they quickly calmed down. Someone in the rear said coldly. The experts of each race set off one after another, and even those saints were no exception. This time, there were geniuses from the demon race leading the team. They found the correct location and found Mount Eternal. The large group followed them all the way down, so they could naturally all go to the island. We finally come up. It's truly regretful that a few of my race's elders died on the island last time. This time, I'll avenge you all. The myriad star physique Su Chengxian came with a cold intent. Last time, a few elders from the spirit race wanted to eat alone. They didn't bring along the troops of other races and followed the geniuses of the demon race to the island. In the end, they were all annihilated. Naturally, Yellow Cattle and the others also suffered heavy losses in that battle. They almost died, and some of the great demons of Kunlun were even killed. I'll choose a mount in a while. I'll choose that golden calf, said Su Chengxian. He was very young, only 17 or 18 years old. If Wu Luanhui hadn't come into being, he would be considered the most famous genius in the universe. On top of that, he had the myriad star physique. No matter where he went, he would be surrounded by a divine halo and be the focus of everyone's attention. Behind him, a middle-aged man from the Netherworld race walked over. Impressively, he was an expert of the transformation realm, and also the old genius Chu Feng had mentioned. Their race's divine son had been killed by Chu Feng. They had paid a great price to send in these experts. He nodded and said, I choose that big black yak. I don't need him as a mount. I want to roast him and eat him. A person from the Shaolin clan said, Oh, we want that toad. We'll bring him back to dissect and study him. He keeps saying that divine blood flows in his body. Let's see if that's the case. On the void flying ship above the sea, the big black yak and Ouyang Feng's expression sank. They wanted to get angry. This group of people was truly unrestrained. They had come here with boundless arrogance. The saint son of the six-armed race said, Oh, I choose that big black mastiff. It looks pretty good. I like to hunt. In the future, when I go hunting on other savage planets, it'll be pretty good to have a divine mutant dog in my hand. This was a powerful race in the universe, and one of the deity race's strongest allies. That was because this race could be ranked in the top 20 in the universe. Once this race cultivated to a certain level, not only would they have 6 arms, but they would also have 3 heads. Now, this saint's son, who could be ranked around 30 in the universe's younger generation, revealed a terrifying aura. That was because he was extremely powerful. There was a bump on his left shoulder, and his second head was starting to develop. After all, they've stayed in Mount Eternal for such a long time. They must have some secrets on them. Let's also choose some mounts. The other saint sons and saintesses also spoke up one after another. Otherwise, the wild beasts on this low-level planet that has long declined and only left behind the remains of our predecessors won't enter our discerning eyes. Behind them, on the green bamboo boat, the black yak, the Manchurian tiger, and the great demons of Kunlun flew into a rage after hearing this. These people all landed on the island. The deity race, the Damong Pure Land, the Shilin clan, the spirit race, the Great Qi dynasty, and so on. The allied troops were huge, and the orthodoxies that had once fought against Chu Feng had all dispatched troops. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense mass of troops on the island. This was a true sweep, and they were going to carry out an act of massacring cities and exterminating races, even though there were no cities here. Chu Feng, are you there? I heard you secretly escaped into the starry skies, and I also heard that you might be back in the near future. Get out here, shouted the deity race's experts. Their deity cavalry also roared together. In a split second, the world shook like a landslide and a tsunami, and its momentum was vast. This cavalry raised their weapons and pointed them at Mount Eternal in unison. As expected, their imposing manner was terrifying, and their energy was terrifying. This cavalry can defeat the combined power of some evolvers at the transformation realm, said Chu Feng, reminding the people around him. Chu Feng, get out here. I've come to kill you, shouted one of the deity cavalry. The troops from the other races were even more clamoring and shouting. Ha, you're not here. Kill them and advance forward. From now on, Mount Eternal will be occupied by us, and we'll station troops there for a long time. That group of wild beasts, black yak, wild tiger, stupid donkey, and evil dog, all of you get out here. Kneel and beg for mercy, and we'll spare your lives. Wait for us to choose our mounts. These people from the outer realms were too tyrannical. The saint children of each race stood together and advanced with the army to flatten the evolvers on Mount Eternal. Motherf Asterisker, this group of outer realm bastards is too insolent. Attack! If I don't show my might, they'll really think I'm a sick cat. The Manchurian tiger was vexed and was about to go crazy, arrogant and domineering. If I don't kill a few people, they won't know I have 3 eyes. The Horse King stroked his shiny bald head with all his strength. As for the Black Yak, Ouyang Feng, and the great demons of Kunlun, they were even more so circulating their techniques. They held back a mouthful of resentment and wanted nothing more than to attack immediately. Prepare to attack. When they approach the mountain gate of Mount Eternal, I'll attack first and take care of those 2 peak domain grandmasters, said Chu Feng as he discussed the various details of their attack. That was because those 2 domain grandmasters had secretly made arrangements. They were going to open their pockets and wait for people to drill in. They had prepared enough domain methods in advance and could instantly throw out all kinds of profound magnetic flags to seal the opponent. Chu Feng and those wild beasts on earth, are you there? Get out here, shouted the deity cavalry. The saint children of the other races also laughed loudly. There was even a saint child who stood out and said, "The Golden Snake Imperial Court's Jin Hong is here. Do the wild beasts on earth dare to fight? I'll fight all of you alone." This was a golden snake, as thick as a train and coiled into a snake mountain. It was too lazy to transform into a human form. Its whole body shone with golden light as it challenged the others. It was a prince of the Golden Snake Imperial Court. Chu Feng said in a low voice, "Yes, these are violet heavenly thunder crystals. Unfortunately, I didn't refine them during my tribulation. I snatched them from the deity race's chaotic divine sea and the Shilin clan's dark prison. You guys split them. After I make my move, find a suitable opportunity to throw them out and bombard them first. All right, blow them up. Everything was ready. Who dares to come? Come out and fight." The Golden Snake Prince laughed once again. Chi! At this moment, Chu Feng exerted all his strength and used the most powerful energy to display the divine technique of the worlds in near at hand and the Yang realm. Lightning Fist. It could be said that his speed was unprecedented. It was unbelievably fast and exceeded everyone's imagination. There was no need to talk about the worlds in near at hand, but the lightning fist could increase one's speed even further. It could guide one's body and advance along a mysterious trajectory. It was boundlessly terrifying and possessed a kind of demonic nature. In the end, a few domain masters exploded with a boom and burst into a bloody mist. They were shattered by the lightning fist and were destroyed in both body and soul. Following which, Chu Feng traversed the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. With a puff, he struck the flaunting golden snake prince. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere from the enormous golden snake's body. It let out a mournful scream and was in incomparable pain. Then, with a bang, its body split into two from the middle. Chu Feng used the divine technique of extreme speed and the Yang realm to directly punch through its body. Just like that, he charged over and was incomparably terrifying. This was still because it wasn't Chu Feng's main target. Chu Feng was charging toward the deity cavalry and only attacked the golden snake prince along the way. Otherwise, if he really had the intention to specifically kill it, the golden snake prince would undoubtedly die. As expected, Chu Feng was too fast. The divine technique of the Yang realm, lightning fist, could increase his speed, making him look like a beam of flowing light. Before anyone could react, he had already arrived behind the deity cavalry. This cavalry of several hundred was facing the direction of Mount Eternal, raising their weapons and challenging the mountain gate to a fight. Now, Chu Feng suddenly attacked from the back. After he approached, he didn't need to increase his speed anymore. He decisively took out a long, dark red sword and held it with both hands. With a loud bang, he swung it forward. In a split second, rays of light erupted and scarlet sword chi rushed into the sky. Murderous intent surged and shocked the world. Not to mention this island. Even the EC had huge waves that hit the sky. Terrifying waves surged violently and engulfed the heaven and earth. Puffed. Patches of bloody light exploded. Chu Feng's sword could be said to wipe out 1,000 troops. He attacked from the back and killed 70 to 80 people with a single slash. The sword light pierced through the sun. This was because the deity race's 500 cavalrymen didn't defend their backs. They couldn't immediately connect as one to realize energy, sharing, and defense. Otherwise, this cavalry could annihilate 20 to 30 experts at the transformation realm. Since Chu Feng had killed his way into the ranks, how could he give him a chance? The reincarnation sword swept across, and blood splashed everywhere. With a puff, it was even more terrifying this time. He waved his sword in the crowd and began a massacre. With a single slash, over 90 people were killed, and their corpses were strewn across the island. The enemy had charged in, and the deity race's cavalry was in chaos. They couldn't unite as one and suffered serious internal damage. The battle formation was completely broken. Chu Feng shouted a commander from the deity race. His eyes were about to split open. This was the trump card they had prepared, a strong army that had experienced the baptism of blood and fire. Most importantly, these people were all very young. They were all hand-picked elites and were going to be the backbone of the army in the future. It wasn't worth it to die like this. Deity race, offer up your heads and get over here, shouted Chu Feng. He burst forth from the crowd and dove over with the worlds in near at hand. He used the lightning fist to accelerate his body and waved the reincarnation sword with his other hand. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions in midair. The middle-aged expert of the transformation realm from the deity race did his best to contend with Chu Feng, but in the end he was still beheaded by Chu Feng with a puff. All of this happened too quickly. Chu Feng charged over and directly beheaded the deity race's commander amidst the army of 1,000. The scene was somewhat shocking. Many people on the island cried out in alarm, and there were even more who were tongue-tied and felt their bodies go cold. Chu Feng, you still dare to appear? Kill him. The myriad star physique of the spirit race, Su Changxian, was the first to react. He roared and led everyone forward. At the same time, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, the Black Yak, and the old llama appeared on the green bamboo boat. They had officially landed on the island. Chu Feng pointed at Su Changxian with his dark red sword and said, "Myriad green physique, get over here, and I'll cut off your head." Myriad green physique? The myriad star physique. Su Changxian flew into a rage upon hearing this. His murderous intent soared to the sky. Chapter 698. Honestly speaking, Su Changxian was quite handsome, but he lacked a bit of heroic spirit. But now that he was angry, he seemed more heroic and complimented his imposing manner. He was only 17 or 18 years old, but he was already a top-notch expert among the universe's younger generation. He was gifted by the heavens and possessed terrifying strength, which made him conceited. But today he was humiliated like this, and he was even looked down upon. This caused his hair to flutter wildly, and his pair of calm eyes also exploded with divine light. "All of you must die," he shouted. The energy on his body was increasing rapidly, and it was terrifyingly dense. Recently, his strength on Earth had increased by a large margin. He looked hatefully at Chu Feng because he had personally seen Chu Feng bite the bright red lips of the damning Pure Lands goddess during his battle with Qin Luoyin. This made him loathe and hate him to the extreme. According to his understanding, the damning Pure Land intended to form a marriage alliance with the spirit race, and Qin Luoyin had already been selected as his Tao companion. Now that Chu Feng dared to provoke him like this, he was about to go crazy. "Kill!" Su Chengxian roared. His usual gentle temperament was gone, and he was like a ferocious beast. He emitted a frightening, evil aura and was about to dive forward. "Divine Son, wait!" A middle-aged man from the spirit race quickly grabbed him and said, "Divine Son, you have a priceless body. How can you enter the battlefield so easily? Let Elder Zhang kill him." Obviously, the middle-aged man's status was very high, and he was also very powerful. His words carried a lot of weight, and even a myriad star physique Su Changxian had no choice but to consider his opinion. He naturally knew that the middle-aged man was doing this for his own good. He didn't want him to easily come into contact with Chu Feng because everyone knew how terrifying Demon Chu was. Several months ago, Chu Feng had fought in the home of myriad gods on Mount Kunlun. He had killed his way to fame, beheaded the deity race's divine son Luo Fu, killed the netherworld's divine son, and killed many Tao protectors in succession. In the end, he swaggered off without anyone being able to stop him. His ferocity was too terrifying. "Chu Feng, he's nothing." However, at this moment, the myriad star physique Su Changxian was so intense. He didn't listen to the advice and instead cursed because he couldn't bear the name myriad green physique. At the same time, he was also very confident. Recently, his evolution on Earth was obvious, and his strength had increased by a large margin. At the same time, he thought of the battle at Mount Kunlun. Chu Feng had only relied on that kind of multicolored reincarnation fire, but at that time, it had almost been exhausted and was nothing to be afraid of. "Divine child," the middle-aged man said in a low voice, but he still pulled him back. At the same time, several elders from the spirit clan stepped forward. One of them was particularly powerful. His eyes were like silver lamps, emitting divine flames. At the same time, his body was also silvery white, which then intensified. This person soared into the sky. Without waiting for Su Changxian to say anything, this Tao protector had already moved to deal a fatal blow to Chu Feng. "Myriad green body, your mind. Get over here." Ouyang Feng shouted from afar. Chu Feng held him down and told him not to panic. Then, he rushed over and faced the old man first. Without saying anything, he chopped down with his will blade. "Spirit Clan, Zhang Kuan." The old man rushed over and announced his name. "Less nonsense. Your name is meaningless. You're just a dead man," shouted Chu Feng. He didn't have a good impression of the Spirit Clan. From the very beginning, this race had been targeting the Earth lineage and had even tried to kill him several times. For example, when he borrowed the help of Kunlun's heavenly vine and had a fair duel with the deity clan's saint at the same realm, the female saint of the Spirit Clan, Mu Qing Han, wanted to interfere with the battle during the process of killing the saint. She even wanted to kill him and Yao Yao. Not long ago, a few elders from the Spirit Clan had launched a sneak attack on those from Mount Eternal, causing Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the others to be seriously injured. Some of the great demons of Kunlun had even died tragically. Now, they had come again and were invading on a large scale. How could Chu Feng not deal a fatal blow? Boom! In that instant, they exchanged blows. Chu Feng used his lightning fist as soon as he started. The power that erupted from the Yang realm's divine technique was beyond imagination. He was like a human-shaped sun shining, blossoming, and exploding. Yang Qi surged in front of Chu Feng's fist. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He attacked with his bare hands and pushed forward all the way. Blood Qi filled the air around him and shook the island. It suppressed everyone and made them tremble in fear. That Yang Qi was too terrifying. The elder from the Spirit Clan, Zhang Kuan, had originally taken out his 9 flying swords and formed a sword formation to form an effective killing field. But now, his rhythm was disrupted. Clang, clang, clang. That was Chu Feng's fist attacking. His golden fist forcefully collided with the flying swords, colliding with one glaring sword light after another. It made the sky resplendent. The rain of light was like a waterfall, and its aura was terrifying and majestic. Many evolvers were horrified. Clang! Finally, a cyan flying sword could not withstand this kind of fist imprint and was hit until it cracked. Clang! Following that, another purple flying sword flew out. Chu Feng's fist was resplendent and increasingly intense. Yang Qi boiled, and his whole person was like a big fireball. He was bathed in dense golden energy like a war god, looking disdainfully at the battlefield. Kacha! Finally, an azure flying sword was directly smashed into pieces by his fist. This was originally an extremely high-quality secret treasure, but now it was smashed by Chu Feng's blazing golden fist. He had destroyed the secret treasure with his bare hands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The other 6 flying swords turned around and shot over. They resonated with each other like 6 waterfalls, wanting to dismember him. The rays of light were abnormally dazzling, and the sword Qi was like a rainbow. From afar, it looked like 6 shocking rainbows traversing the sky. The sword Qi was extremely terrifying. It dispersed the gray mist shrouding the island and illuminated the whole world. Chu Feng coldly snorted. He soared in the sky and rushed forward. A large golden bell appeared outside his body with the Xingyi 12 true forms inscribed on it. However, this was no longer the Xingyi breathing technique, but the robbery induction breathing technique. The most terrifying thing about the robbery induction was that it could steal the true meaning of other secret techniques and use them for its own use. Now that it was activated, its power was even more powerful. Clang, clang, clang. Sword Qi surged and thousands of sword lights erupted. But in the end, they were all blocked by the golden bell canopy condensed from energy after Chu Feng circulated his breathing technique. Boom! He was like a human-shaped bomber, but his speed was even faster. He directly knocked away the flying swords and swooped down. The density of the energy emitted from his body was frighteningly high. A golden mushroom cloud could vaguely be seen rising from his body as he collided with the old man Zhang Kun, whose expression had suddenly changed. Clang! The bell sound was grand. Zhang Kun was struck by the dazzling golden bell canopy outside Chu Feng's body. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he fell back. It was undeniable that Zhang Kun was a well-known figure among the Dao Protectors. His strength was at the late stage of the transformation realm, and his combat strength was extremely high. His race had paid a great price to send him to Earth. But after the fierce collision, his arm was spasming and the web between his thumb and forefinger was full of blood. He couldn't shake Chu Feng's golden bell canopy, let alone block the lightning fist. That was because the divine technique of the Yang realm was too tyrannical. It possessed the power to crush everything in its path. In this short exchange, Zhang Kun had already fallen back thousands of meters. He was one of the few people who could fly on the island, but now he was about to fall. Boom! It was another Yang Realm Fist seal. The divine technique was peerless. The golden fist light streaked across the blue dome of heaven like lightning and illuminated Zhang Kun's pale face. It also reflected the shocked expressions of the saint children from various races below. One of Zhang Kun's arms fell off from his shoulder. It had been twisted off by Chu Feng's terrifying fist seal. Then, half of his body cracked and blood dripped down. Soon after, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Under another golden fist seal, his whole body disintegrated with a loud bang and turned into a rain of blood. An expert had died just like that. Who else is there? Come here. Chu Feng shouted loudly. This demon is too ferocious. Let's join forces and kill him. The middle-aged man beside the spirit race, divine son, Su Chengxian whispered. He wanted to join forces with the saint children to attack together. Chu Feng's fiery eyes could see the shape of his mouth clearly. He immediately knew what he was saying and said, I could kill you Tao protectors when I was in the visualization realm. Even if you're stronger than them, why would I be afraid of you now that I'm in the Cloud Eater realm? You dare to come onto the island and kill my brothers. I'll kill as many as you come today. None of you can leave. On the island, the evolvers from various races were in awe. They were extremely afraid of Chu Feng. Chu Feng shouted again, Su Chengxian and the innocuous divine physique come out. Didn't you want the breathing technique? You even want to kill my parents for it. I'm here myself today. Come and fight. Get out of the way. The spirit race divine son, Su Chengxian, pushed the middle-aged man away and told him not to obstruct him. The middle-aged man dissuaded him and said, Divine son, don't be impulsive. This demon is becoming more and more unfathomable. We have other methods. There's no need to fight to the death with him. Do you think I'm inferior to him? Last time, he relied on the reincarnation fire and ambushes. Do you think I'll be afraid of him this time? Su Chengxian didn't listen to the dissuasion. He was proud and confident. Boom! At the same time, he soared into the sky and quickly made his move. A weapon appeared in his hand. It gave off an ancient feeling. This was definitely an ancient weapon. It looked like a spear modified from a staff. Chu Feng recognized at a glance that it was the pole of the divine blood banner. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chengxian didn't dare use the banner and only took out the pole of the weapon. Su Chengxian scolded, Chu Feng, who do you think you are? I've been unhappy with you for a long time. I've always wanted to kill you. What demon Chu? Get over here and I'll kill you immediately. He had always been conceited and arrogant. He had achieved success at a young age, but he was ambushed by Chu Feng in Kunlun. The back of his head swelled up and blood was gushing out. He regarded this as a great humiliation. Clang! Chu Feng didn't say anything else. Facing the dangerous divine blood banner, he took out the reincarnation blade to meet the enemy. That was because he knew how terrifying this secret treasure was. He had one on him. Clang! In a split second, the two of them broke out. When the two weapons collided, sparks flew in all directions. It was incomparably intense. As expected, the opponent's spear, made of a long metal pole, was terrifying. It could block the reincarnation blade without being cut in half. It was an ancient artifact and belonged to the category of rare treasures. Die! At this moment, the myriad star physique Su Chengxian did everything he could. He didn't want to fight with Chu Feng. Instead, he wanted to decide who was superior and who was inferior by using his strongest techniques. At this moment, his whole body was suffused with light. Strange phenomena appeared around him. There were stars all around him, one after another. They were as big as a millstone, and they surrounded him in the center. At the same time, the sky was even more terrifying. The mist on the island was dispersed, and starlight from the outer realm shone. Then it poured down in torrents. Countless stars appeared in the daytime, competing with the sun and shining brightly. At this moment, innumerable stars were shedding their radiance. Looking from afar, the starlight shone in the sky and began to converge. In the end, there seemed to be many silver waterfalls falling down towards Su Changxian. This was the myriad star physique. It gathered the starlight of the heavens and strengthened one's body. I'm impervious to all techniques. What are you going to use to fight me? Su Changxian shouted. His hair flew in the wind, and his eyes were fierce. His imposing manner was extremely oppressive. Chu Feng tried to slash forward with the reincarnation blade, but to his surprise, he couldn't cut it open. This was because the starlight was too dense and formed a thick layer. It was like a wall forged from divine gold, protecting Su Changxian behind it. At this moment, he was draped in starlight and bathed in the power of the stars. His inner self was like a deity, and external techniques couldn't harm him. Everyone gasped. This kind of physique was too abnormal. They couldn't even break through it. Boom! Chu Feng slashed down with the reincarnation blade. Scarlet light rushed into the sky with unparalleled power. However, in the end, he could only cut open a very thick portion of the starlight. He couldn't cut it open completely, and the myriad star physique was unharmed. I'm an inner saint and an outer deity. How are you going to fight me? Hand over your life. Su Changxian shouted. There was a rumble as he controlled the starlight to move. It was as if a colossus was traveling, and the commotion was too great. The starlight filled the sky and surged with energy. The metal spear in his hand was accompanied by the dense starlight as it stabbed forward. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was extremely terrifying. Bang! Chu Feng evaded. A terrifying divine radiance flew out from the tip of the spear and landed on the island, stirring up a monstrous cloud of smoke and dust. Rubble flew into the sky. This spear alone was enough to lift up a mountain. People gasped. Even the expressions of the saint children from the outer realms changed. No one had expected Su Changxian to be so powerful. Even the old genius from the deity race was whispering, his strength has increased rapidly these few months on Earth. He has comprehended the power of the heavens and the sea of stars, which resonates with his physique. Now, there aren't many people who can suppress him. The myriad star physique's unrivaled bloodline has awakened. The others also thought so. Su Changxian would definitely become one of the most powerful young evolvers. Boom! Su Changxian held the spear in his hand and bathed in the radiance of the sea of stars. Even the spear was surrounded by the stars as he stabbed toward Chu Feng once again. Energy surged and was about to shatter the void. At this moment, it was as if he had been possessed by a god of war. Between heaven and earth, there was a violent explosion. Every time he attacked, starlight shone brilliantly and energy surged. It was as if he was going to destroy everything in his way. Meanwhile, the scarlet sword radiance that Chu Feng hacked out couldn't cut through his starlight. Dozens of attacks couldn't injure him at all. What demon Chu? Chu Feng, get over here and die. In my eyes, you're already a dead man. Su Changxian berated. His handsome face was full of murderous intent. Chapter 699. Clang. Chu Feng sheathed his saber and no longer used the reincarnation blade. He only relied on his fists, and the energy in his body boiled. Once his yang qi reached the extreme, there's already a huge explosion around him, even though he was just standing there without moving. Many golden mushroom clouds rose around him. It was like the nuclear fission of a human body, and the aura was terrifying. Lightning fist. Chu Feng turned into a beam of light and moved along with his fists. Suddenly, there was a burst of light that shot into the sky. When he stretched his body, the fist light was dazzling and caused the East Sea outside the island to boil. Everyone's expression changed and revealed a look of shock and fear. Martial arts from the Yang realm. This is a secret skill from the Yang realm. It's not passed down from generation to generation. He actually learned such a terrifying skill. Someone actually guessed it because the people and matters from the Yang realm have been very chaotic recently. Everyone could feel the terrifying, blazing aura. Chu Feng was like a divine furnace, surging with surging Yang energy. It was so oppressive that it almost suffocated people. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge explosion. Chu Feng's punches became heavier and heavier. In the end, he blasted open the thick layer of starlight and tore apart the so-called impenetrable light screen in front of Su Changxian. Clang! Chu Feng's bare hands collided with Su Changxian's spear, causing his body to shake violently. How is this possible? Su Changxian couldn't believe it. His myriad star physique was known as an invincible bloodline that resonated with the stars in the sky and could suppress his peers. In the end, he would become an overlord of the universe. How could he have expected someone to blast open the dense power of the sea of stars? At this moment, Chu Feng smiled and changed his technique in an instant. He no longer used the divine skill from the Yang realm because he had a plan in mind. The test of the divine skill was completed. There was a buzzing sound. As Su Changxian frantically mobilized the power of the stars to mend the gap in the light screen, Chu Feng used his other hand. A vortex appeared on his left hand. Then, an ancient and vicissitude cave appeared. It absorbed the dense starlight and swallowed it all. This was a secret skill that Chu Feng comprehended after he swallowed the mysterious light on the star with the dead star built by the Shilin clan and advanced into the Cloud Eater realm. This cave was very similar to the ancient cave he saw at the end of reincarnation. Buzz! The void trembled, and in the end, all the starlight surged into the cave, and more than half of it was devoured. One had to admit that the myriad star physique was very powerful. Chu Feng had used this method to kill off the old geniuses of the Shilin clan during the decisive battle on that dead star. But now, Su Changxian was not swallowed. However, the myriad star physique didn't see it that way. He was a little frightened. His opponent's method was too terrifying. It was simply a way to restrain his invincible physique. What was most difficult for him to accept was that the other party had the fist seal and the manifestation of the cave. Both of these two methods could break through his invulnerability. Chu Feng brandished his saber again and broke his long spear, while his other hand suddenly took out the Star Mother Gold bracelet. It was too sudden, so fast that no one could react. The main reason was that this Mother of Gold bracelet was too terrifying. There was a black hole in the center of the bracelet that could absorb the starlight outside Su Changxian's body. With a bang, Su Changxian reacted quickly and took out a shield to block, but he still suffered a heavy blow. How could that shield block the Mother of Gold bracelet? It immediately exploded. With a boom, the myriad star physique spat out large mouthfuls of blood. One of his arms was fractured on the spot, and even half of his body was covered in blood. His injuries were not light. This was only him. If it were someone else who had been hit by the Mother of Gold bracelet, they would have exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. Su Changxian roared in anger. He had lost and was about to meet with misfortune. What made him most angry and resentful was that the Mother of Gold bracelet used by the other party originally belonged to him. This was the greatest fortune he had unexpectedly obtained on a dead star. He was supposed to cultivate it with his life and evolve it into an ultimate weapon, but in the end, it was snatched away. Bang! Chu Feng erupted and collided with him repeatedly. In the end, he was shaken until he coughed up blood and was sent flying. You can't do it. Chu Feng stood in midair and said coldly. Then, he signaled Ouyang Feng to take action and let the toad handle it. The others were about to move, especially the spirit race, who rushed up to rescue the myriad star physique. In the end, they were stopped by Chu Feng alone. He said, "If you want to go over, you have to pass through me first. I don't want to fight with your defeated opponent. He's too weak." The golden stripes on Ouyang Feng's body flickered. He crossed his arms, grinned widely, and looked at people with a disdainful expression. It just so happened that Su Changxian had been sent flying by Chu Feng. Seeing this scene, he was burning with anger and resentment. Even a toad was looking down on him. At this moment, he had just suffered a great defeat, so he was naturally irritated. "Toad, I'll tear you apart." Su Changxian pounced forward, wanting to stir up the starlight in the sky. In the end, he discovered that his injuries were very serious. His constitution was damaged, and he couldn't resonate with the stars in the sky. However, he was still fearless and charged forward. Who do you think you are? I don't want to fight with you. You're too weak. I want to kill the innocuous divine physique. Ouyang the toad was very good at attracting hatred. He was quite disdainful and cast a sidelong glance at Su Changxian. Then, with a puff, he spat out a large amount of saliva. Su Changxian had always been a clean freak. He was close to the stars and bathed in starlight, so he had always been spotless. He was furious to see a toad spitting at him. Naturally, he wouldn't let the saliva touch him. He used a light screen to block it, and at the same time, he stopped attacking subconsciously. However, he quickly discovered that he had been tricked. That toad covered in golden stripes said that he wouldn't fight him, but he was only playing tricks. In fact, he had already attacked to kill. The impact of this mouthful of saliva was too strong. It contained Ouyang Feng's primordial divine beast essence qi, and a hazy ball of light was hidden within. It wasn't exactly his strongest attack. With a bang, the saliva splattered everywhere and dispersed the light screen. That mouthful of primordial divine beast essence qi rushed towards Su Changxian. Su Changxian screamed. He was much more terrified than when he was injured by Chu Feng just now. It was as if he had experienced the most tragic thing in his life, and his voice was trembling. That was because after the primordial divine beast essence qi broke through the obstruction, it brought the toad's saliva along with it. It was practically a torrent of dog blood, drenching myriad star physique Su Changxian. One had to know that every time the toad sprayed saliva, it was like a torrential downpour. Now, most of the saliva had drenched Su Changxian. How could he, who had always been a clean freak, stand it? Those who didn't know better would think that something was wrong. He cried out in a heart-wrenching and miserable manner. He staggered and shook his body in an attempt to shake off the saliva. Ouyang Feng had always been slippery and extremely crafty. His eyes had long since stopped looking sideways and were bright and full of expression. He transformed into a beam of light and pounced forward, using all his strength to strike forward with both palms. Crow! With a loud cry, he used his primordial essence qi and displayed the full power of a divine beast. In a split second, he was still shouting, "The 81st form of the heavenly toad technique, the proud dragon repents." It was a complete mess. He shouted randomly to disturb the opponent's mind. The power of both palms was too great. Moreover, he was a true divine beast. He attacked with all his might and fought with the opponent. Myriad Star Physique, on the other hand, had to adapt hastily and was ill-prepared. The final result was that Su Changxian spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying, and he was seriously injured. Who was Ouyang Feng? Back at the pilgrimage grounds, he was able to fight to the death with Chu Feng when they first met. He was the only native creature that had fought fiercely with Chu Feng for a long time. Now that he had evolved to the Cloud Eater realm, his strength could be said to have skyrocketed. "You're too weak. I don't want to fight you." Ouyang Feng took advantage of the situation and retreated with a swish because he knew that Su Changxian was probably going to go crazy. Su Changxian was a person who loved cleanliness, yet he was sprayed with saliva all over his body and face. Furthermore, he was injured from a surprise attack. Naturally, he would go crazy. "Little Yellow Cow, I'll leave this to you." Ouyang Feng shouted at Yellow Cow, "I'll fight innocuous divine physique in a while." Yellow Cow was disdainful and didn't fight. Ouyang Feng reminded him, "Don't forget that Myriad Star Physique named you by name not long ago and said that he wanted to take you as his mount. Can you tolerate such an attitude?" Yellow Cow frowned. This was indeed the case. Then he stood up and met the attack head-on. Su Changxian's hair was disheveled and blood-stained. His entire body was drenched in saliva, and his eyes were red. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. After Yellow Cow came forward, he naturally locked onto him and immediately attacked. However, Yellow Cow's strength was so strong that even Ouyang Feng was afraid of him. At the same time, he could be considered Chu Feng's guide. His origins were mysterious, and he had undergone the baptism of the demon race's forbidden land, Mount Eternal. Now, he had transformed to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! Yellow Cow blocked Myriad Star Physique's path and fought a decisive battle with him. He was unbelievably strong. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him because Yellow Cow looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. He had a head full of soft golden hair and big eyes like gemstones. He was still a child, but he blocked Myriad Star Physique. Su Changxian was known as a genius. He was a 17 or 18-year-old youth with great strength, but there would be no harm if there was no comparison. Yellow Cow looked even younger but could rival him. It was a fierce battle. Myriad Star Physique's face was pale and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was because he couldn't use his strongest ability. His resonance with the sea of stars had failed. He had been injured by Chu Feng, and his bloodline was still maturing at this stage. Now, he couldn't activate it because his constitution was damaged. What was most unbearable was that his opponent was so much younger than him that he couldn't even take him down. He felt his face burning, but the more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, he suffered a series of heavy blows from Yellow Cow. That was the demon race's secret technique, one of the highest techniques, called the Heavenly Demon Immortal Slaughtering Art. Half of Myriad Star Physique, Su Changxian's divine son, was beaten until he was covered in blood. He was once again sent flying and finally fell from the sky toward the island. Kill! Behind him, the spirit race roared and called for the saint children of various races to help. Earlier, they had been blocked by Chu Feng, but now the situation was too critical. Everyone was going crazy. Do you want to gang up on me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The big black yak, the Manchurian tiger, the old llama, and the others all appeared. Facing the swarming evolvers, they raised their hands and threw violet thunder crystals. Boom! Terrifying lightning soared on Eternal Island. It was deafening, and the violent explosion almost tore people's eardrums. Many people from various races were overturned. Even some saint children were knocked down. The island was stained with blood. The allied forces retreated like the tide, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. The Myriad Star Physique, Su Changxian, had already fallen. He had been severely injured by Yellow Ox and failed to get up several times. His whole body was covered in blood. In the end, Yellow Ox used the spirit-binding rope to tie him up like a big dumpling and captured him alive. Hee-haw! Hee-haw! You dare challenge my brother? Myriad Star Physique is just SOS-so. Loser. The old donkey laughed as though he had captured him. A group of great demons from Kunlun was howling. Many of their brothers had died, and they were all related to the spirit race. They were holding a memorial service for the dead. Who else dares to come and fight? Ma Wang's third, I will exterminate you Jun Tua eggs, the Horse King challenged. His big bald head was shining as he took a stance and said, "Watch my heavenly steed soaring through the sky. I'll use the comet fist to suppress and kill all of you. I'm here. Who dares to fight?" The Cloud Eater realm Manchurian tiger howled. Chapter 700. On the island, the two camps were clearly opposing each other. The middle area was stained with blood, and a large number of corpses lay on the ground. The dense fog was still there, but most of it had been dispersed. In addition to the rubble and rotting ancient trees, there was a sense of desolation here. It was like a forgotten ancient battlefield. Hee-haw, hee-haw. No matter how the winds blow, I will remain unmoved. Who dares to fight? Grandpa Donkey will send you to see your grandpa. Old Donkey bared his buck teeth and shouted slogans. He provoked all the evolvers from the outer realms and even kicked his hind legs from time to time. Donkey, come and accept your death. There was also someone with a bad temper on the other side. He had a big wolf fawn club in his hand. It was a divine ape with shining black fur and a pair of black wings. This was an expert from the flying devil ape race, an extremely powerful race in the starry seas. His eyes were green, and his whole body was flowing with black light. His wings were like those of a demon, and he was 3 meters tall. He was rather rough and tyrannical. His mouth was like a thunder god, and his fangs protruded as he arrived at the center of the battlefield. Even though the divine son of the spirit race Su Changxian, was defeated and had become a prisoner, there was still a portion of the allied army that was fearless. Clearly, there were still powerful characters presiding over the overall situation. They still had confidence because there were other terrifying characters here. For example, the innocuous divine physique and the others hadn't shown themselves yet. The flying devil ape was surging with killing intent after walking out. He wanted Old Donkey to fight. That Wolfang club weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, but it was as easy as carrying a straw. Damn, gorilla, are you tired of living? Who are you calling a donkey? I'm your grandpa, Donkey. Old Donkey cursed. He hated hearing people call him a donkey. The flying devil ape laughed coldly and said, "In my eyes, you are all wild beasts and natives of a low-level planet. You haven't evolved to the civilization you deserve. You're all chickens, dogs, mules, and horses. What do you count for? Gorilla, who are you talking to? You're an incomplete, evolved body with hair all over your body. How dare you talk about Grandpa Donkey? Shut up. At least I'm more handsome than you," Old Donkey berated. Everyone was speechless. This guy had long ears and uneven front teeth, and he had the nerve to call himself handsome? Old Donkey had always been a spineless person who liked to talk and not fight. Now that he saw the ferocity of the soaring devil ape, he was naturally terrified. However, in the end, he revealed a look of disdain and said, "Gorilla, I can't be bothered with you. This isn't your profession. I'll ask your second uncle to beat you up. I guarantee that you'll cry for your parents and regret being born into this world." Then, he looked at his own camp and glanced at the elder ape of Dalan Temple. With a fawning look, he said, "Brother Monkey, please take action. This gorilla lacks discipline. Please use the family rules to take your nephew away." Flying demon ape, #yen %. The soaring devil ape's eyes were extremely cold. No matter what, he was still a holy son of a race, and a very famous one at that. In the end, he was ridiculed by a native who was like a wild beast in his eyes. Immediately, his killing intent was revealed. The elder ape of Dalan Temple had evolved a few times and was able to consume energy. His fur had already transformed into a silver-white color, as if he was made of silver. Only his eyes were like golden lamps, extremely bright. He walked out, carrying a big stick. It was a weapon that Chu Feng had brought back from the universe and given to him. Roar! Almost in an instant, the two great apes attacked at the same time. One was as black as ink, as if he had come from hell, while the other was shiny and silvery white, shining with divine light and terrifying energy. Clang! Both of them were famous for their extraordinary strength. As soon as they came up, they swung their sticks at each other, as if they were forging iron. Sparks flew everywhere, and clanging sounds rang out. The ground of the entire island trembled under their feet. The strength of these two apes was too great. The Wolfang stick and the iron sticks smashed together, causing the void to rumble and the air to explode. One could see that the aftermath of the sonic boom had covered them in white mist. The scene was astonishing. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light flew out. It was an arrow that flew toward the back of the elder ape's head. This was a fatal blow from the allied army. Without a doubt, the attacker was very powerful, vicious, and terrifying. The arrow was purplish gold in color and burned in the void like a comet crashing down. Chu Feng's eyes immediately became sharp. He had been paying attention to the battlefield all this time. His fiery eyes and divine senses were raised to the extreme, afraid that something bad would happen. As soon as he thought about it, a golden flying sword soared up and rushed toward the arrow. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the sky. That purple arrow was a secret treasure that contained dense energy. When it encountered an obstruction, it failed to penetrate it and directly exploded. One could imagine that if the elder ape was hit by this arrow during the fierce battle, even if the back of his head wasn't penetrated, he would still be flustered and suffer greatly. Swoosh! While Chu Feng was using the flying sword to block, he himself also moved. Energy and aura surged as if he had grown a pair of wings. He soared into the sky like a golden rock and swooped down to kill in the blink of an eye. How dare you? You're courting death. Kill him. A series of shouts rang out. Immediately, the allied army's killing intent soared into the sky. Everyone raised their weapons and brandished them at Chu Feng. Many of them had taken out their secret treasures and were bound by a common enemy. From their point of view, Chu Feng was too bold. He actually dared to enter the army alone. If he succeeded, it would be a blow to their morale. The saint children of the various races were very active. Without saying much, they attacked together. Some spat out sword light, some opened a vertical eye between their brows and shot out terrifying killing light. There were also some who waved their fists, bringing about raging waves of energy. However, Chu Feng was happy and fearless. He pounced into the crowd just like that. With a boom, energy surged and the reincarnation blade in his hand swept out, scarlet light surged. Not everyone in this area was a saint child. There was a large number of their followers who directly encountered disaster. They were chopped at the waist, and their corpses were lying on the ground. Swoosh! Chu Feng dodged the saint children's attacks and waved his blade again. Then heads rolled. He killed in the crowd as if there was no one there. Boom! However, in the end, he still had to face some of the saint children's trump cards. Suddenly, runes flickered and beams of light surged as an intense battle broke out. Chu Feng, you deserve to die, someone shouted with a gloomy expression. A purple beam of light flew over. It was the person who had just ambushed the old ape. He drew his bow at Chu Feng and wanted to shoot him. Chu Feng's expression was cold. He collided with more than 10 saint children in succession, causing some to cough up blood. The battle clothes on his body were also damaged, but he didn't retreat. He smashed the purple arrow with a punch and directly rushed over. This was a purple-haired person with a large bow in his hand. The bowstring trembled unceasingly as he shot out arrow after arrow. When Chu Feng rushed over, he suddenly threw away the arrow and turned into a large purple hedgehog as tall as a small mountain. Then, he shot out 10,000 arrows in unison. All the long thorns of this hedgehog fell off and became flying spears. He was an expert of the transformation realm. At this time, he went all out and didn't hesitate to injure his vitality. All the purple thorns on his body were shot out just to kill Chu Feng. Obviously, this was an intentional ambush to lure Chu Feng over and then kill him. At the same time, a middle-aged man from the spirit race appeared. He led a squad from the spirit race and brandished their weapons to hack forward. The deity race's cavalry also moved out at the same time. Although their battle formation had been broken and many people had died, they had now regrouped to deal a fatal blow to Chu Feng. Clang! A large golden bell appeared outside of Chu Feng's body. He used the robbery induction breathing technique to develop the Xingyi golden bell canopy to protect his body. At the same time, his expression was cold as he said, "Group attack or one-on-one, it's up to you." In front of him, a sea of magnetic stones flew and fell forward. Profound magnetic flags appeared one after another and formed a domain to obstruct the spirit race and deity race's cavalry. Clang, clang, clang. When the purple spears that filled the sky collided with a large golden bell, the sound was deafening. The bell rang incessantly, but it couldn't penetrate and was completely blocked. At the same time, Chu Feng approached and brandished the reincarnation blade at the hedgehog the size of a small mountain. "You said you would help me block it." The large purple hedgehog shrieked and cast a look of despair at the spirit race and deity race, but it couldn't change anything. The two races couldn't protect him because they were obstructed by the domain. Chu Feng won enough time to attack. The hedgehog that had lost all its thorns was practically defenseless. Although it was also retreating and even brandishing a few weapons, it couldn't block the reincarnation blade. Waves of blood splashed. With a puff, Chu Feng cleaved him into two halves, shocking everyone present. He killed the enemy amidst the chaos. "You dare to ambush me in a fair duel. This is the result." Chu Feng charged over and didn't stop. Instead, he started a massacre in the crowd. "This grandpa is here too." The arrogant dragon regrets. Ouyang Feng also arrived. He had the aura of a divine beast, but his attacks were crafty. He launched a sneak attack from behind and blew up a saint child with a toad palm. Kill. Chu Feng and Ouyang Feng joined forces and pierced through the obstructions like two arrowheads. They charged into the crowd and attacked the spirit race and deity race, starting a massacre. Fellow Dao friends, what are you waiting for? Attack together and destroy them. Don't let them go. The middle-aged man from the spirit race shouted. Destroy who? I didn't come back to see you guys being arrogant this time. I'm going to kill all of you. I won't even run. Let's see who dares come over, shouted Chu Feng. His aura rose sharply like a prehistoric beast coming into being. A dangerous aura erupted and swept through the area, causing the spirit race and deity race to suffer heavy losses. Heavenly Demon Immortal Slaughtering Technique. Yellow Cattle also charged over from the back. Although he was small, his strength was astonishing. He attacked frantically and swept through the enemies in all directions. Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and Ouyang Feng weren't far away. They directly charged into the allied army. Without a doubt, this kind of attitude shocked and angered many people. At the same time, they were afraid. They clearly didn't put the allied army in their eyes. They actually dared to charge in and start a massacre. Their confidence was bursting to the extreme. This was a serious blow to the allied army's morale. All the saint children attacked together. They wanted nothing more than to kill them immediately. Even if one of them was heavily injured, it would be good. This would increase their confidence and fighting spirit. But unfortunately, they failed. No one had expected Chu Feng and the other two to be so audacious. They dared to charge in so forcefully. They couldn't stop them for a moment. Attack. Behind them, the great demons of Kunlun also attacked. They actually still had violet heavenly thunder crystals in their hands. They hadn't thrown them out earlier, but now that they were in front of the allied army, they decisively threw them out. The island was in complete chaos. Blood as a sacrifice to the heavens. The middle-aged man from the spirit race roared. His eyes were cold as he stared at Chu Feng. He wanted to capture him in exchange for the divine son, Su Changxian. At this moment, with a loud shout, the mist behind them dispersed, and a blood-colored sacrificial altar suddenly appeared. This was the unconventional development of the divine blood banner. There was no banner, only an altar, but the effect was the same, and perhaps even more terrifying. It could be said that this was their trump card. It was specially prepared to eliminate Chu Feng, who knew how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures they had used. Buzz. The blood-colored altar glowed and was covered densely with runes. With a whoosh, it swallowed Chu Feng. Chu Feng was startled, but he wasn't afraid. He had his own trump card. However, after entering the void, he didn't use these methods. Instead, he took out a blood banner. This was something from the spirit race. Back then, he had seized it from an old woman who had severed her own golden body. This banner was very mysterious and possessed unfathomable power. Chu Feng waved the divine banner. In a split second, all the divine might and blood essence on the blood-colored altar dimmed and were absorbed by the divine blood banner. Helping me nurture a secret treasure? I don't even need to use my trump card. Thank you so much, muttered Chu Feng. He stood there and sneered. If it was anyone else who was absorbed by the altar and entered this blood-colored space, they would most likely be in grave danger. However, he was safe and sound. The divine blood banner in his hand became even more resplendent. Boom! In the end, he fiercely shook the blood banner, causing the entire altar to explode. At the same time, he put away this secret treasure. He didn't want to expose it and leave it for the spirit race to bear in the future. The middle-aged spirit race man was shocked and furious. Old genius, hand over your life, shouted Chu Feng. The moment he rushed out, he brandished his blade and slashed forward. The middle-aged spirit race man was furious. Recently, people of his age hated the title of Old Genius the most. He simply wanted to kill his way into the universe and settle things with the person who first mentioned this title. Dang, dang, dang. Blade Chi crisscrossed and sparks flew in all directions. In the end, with a pu sound, the middle-aged spirit race man's head flew into the air. It had been cut off by Chu Feng. Boom! It was also at this time that a terrifying brilliance blossomed. Yang Qi surged and blasted towards the back of Chu Feng's head, wanting to kill him in one strike. The timing was extremely good. It was precisely when Chu Feng had successfully killed the leader of the spirit race and was taking a breather. It was a moment of relaxation. Chapter 701. The innocuous divine physique had appeared and ambushed Chu Feng from behind under such circumstances. It was just like that time in Kunlun when he suddenly launched a fatal attack on Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng defended against it. His divine instincts were abnormally sharp, and he immediately discovered some clues. With a boom, dense energy soared from his body as a protective golden bell formed and enveloped his body. Clang! Zhou Shang flew horizontally through the crowd with his head in front of his feet behind him. His palm struck the golden bell behind Chu Feng. If he didn't block it, Chu Feng's head would be smashed by his palms, and he would die without a doubt. A deafening sound rang out as a dazzling golden light exploded. The energy was like a landslide and a tsunami. Clang! At the same time, Chu Feng slashed backward with a backhand. The scarlet blade radiance swept through the army and cut through the air, causing a violent explosion. The innocuous divine physique soared into the sky like a golden snake. He immediately stood up and soared into the sky, avoiding this terrifying blade. After this blade swept out, it didn't hit Zhou Shang. Instead, it struck the group of spirit race and deity race knights behind Chu Feng. Men and horses were thrown off their feet as the blade Qi cut through the bodies of some people and vicious beasts. The smell of blood was pungent. The dazzling red blade radiance caused the deaths of nearly 100 people. This was a swift and fierce blade with surging killing intent. In midair, the innocuous divine physique didn't escape. After rushing up like a golden snake, he turned around in the blink of an eye. He held a divine sword as he swooped down and stabbed at the top of Chu Feng's head. It had to be said that this person was very frightening. When he wasn't moving, he lay dormant in the dark and was as quiet as a deep blue. Once he rose in revolt, his movements were as swift as lightning, fierce and tyrannical. He combined the strengths of an assassin and a death warrior, making him very difficult to deal with. Boom! Chu Feng slashed toward the sky. The dark red blade radiance was very dazzling, like a sunset that dyed the world red. There was also an indomitable determination amidst the desolate splendor. Before the blade and sword collided, the energy had already surged. Both of them emitted yang energy that surged violently like two immortal great furnaces. They emitted scorching rays of light and burned away the cold aura of the netherworld. There was an intense explosion, piercing saber lights, and sword Qi soared into talisman scripts. Dang! In the end, when the blade and sword collided, many people nearby cried out miserably. Blood flowed from their 7 apertures, seriously injured by the beams of light that erupted from these two weapons. Clang, clang, clang. In just a moment, they had clashed dozens of times. The long saber was crimson in color, like a vermilion bird dancing in the air. It spat out a dazzling red glow, blazing and overbearing. The long sword was like a flood dragon. Although it was also dazzling, it was somewhat ruthless and feminine, and the angle of attack was very tricky. Boom! When the saber and sword collided, the two men's fists and palms also collided. Every collision was like thunder, deafening. This was a top-level showdown between young experts. It could be called a struggle for supremacy. Without a doubt, innocuous divine physique Zhou Shang had become even more powerful after a few months. His evolution was obvious. It could only be said that he had obtained too many things on Earth and had grown to an extremely terrifying level. At the very least, he had obtained many secrets of ancient Earth that weren't passed down. This was also the reason why he and Yuchi Kong considered themselves to be the orthodox lineage. But what made him regretful was that he hadn't obtained the robbery induction breathing technique. He had only obtained a portion of it from the starry sky, so he could only use another terrifying breathing technique to replace it. Therefore, he was wholeheartedly searching for Chu Feng. He wanted to suppress him and seize the robbery induction. This way, he could become this planet's true heir and enjoy all of its fortunes alone. Clang, clang, clang. In the air, innocuous divine physique stabbed out with the divine sword in his right hand. Thousands of sword chi shot out, causing the sky to tremble as it clashed with Chu Feng's reincarnation blade. This sword had an extraordinary origin and could collide with the reincarnation blade without being damaged. Chi, chi, chi. His left hand suddenly spread open its 5 fingers and displayed an extremely terrifying ancient secret technique, the flying immortal spear. Rays of divine radiance flew out from his palm and fingers and transformed into energy spears. They were even more terrifying than real spears and possessed incomparable might. Chu Feng had always wanted to obtain the authentic inheritance of this wonderful technique, but he had never been able to do so. This was a peerless combat technique that could kill heaven illuminators. The 2 most famous techniques of ancient Earth were the heaven overturning seal and the flying immortal spear. In the end, the latter had fallen into the hands of innocuous divine physique Zhou Shang, and he was now displaying it. Boom! Chu Feng was fearless. He used the Yang Realm divine technique, the lightning fist, to counter it. Dazzling light erupted as they collided. The sky was brightly lit. Innocuous divine physique was extremely difficult to deal with. Golden lotus flowers fell around him in profusion, carrying strong yang qi. Finally, these lotus flowers took root and emitted dazzling golden light. They were the product of a combination of energy bodies and a certain Yang Realm combat technique. Without a doubt, this was the result of the research of the Almighty Seniors. They were trying to combine the Yang Realm combat technique with some techniques of this universe, hoping to form an even more powerful chapter. Chu Feng trembled. He immediately suspected that this was a technique left behind by Yao Yao's grandfather. After all, he was the only one on ancient Earth who seemed to be constantly thinking about the Yang Realm. His goal was different from ordinary people. Was it actually obtained by Zhou Shang? Chu Feng didn't look worried at all. Instead, he became more and more powerful. Coarse stone balls of energy bodies shone around him. One after another, they resonated with the lightning fist and blasted forward. In the sky, some of the golden divine lotuses exploded, while others turned into light blades and hacked at these coarse stone balls. It was like a battle of annihilation between the 2. Bang, bang, bang. Energy clouds exploded between the 2 of them one after another. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and the people nearby suffered as they fled frantically. Chu Feng became fiercer the more he fought. His lightning fist simply had the power to suppress his peers, causing innocuous divine physique to feel enormous pressure. His expression changed again and again. That was because his arm was aching from the incessant attack of a scorching wave of energy. This caused the golden divine lotuses around him to wither rapidly. At the same time, Chu Feng was carving words. The space between his brows shone as he expended his spirit to carve domain symbols on the coarse stone balls around him. This was a fusion of domains and evolvers. He wanted to trap Zhou Shang and kill him. Zhou Shang felt the pressure. Suddenly, he displayed his wonderful techniques in succession. All of them were lost techniques, and he even used the sky flipping madra. It and the flying immortal spear were considered divine techniques in this universe. Once the sky flipping madra appeared, Zhou Shang's palm was incomparably terrifying. He struggled free and rushed out of the range of the coarse stone balls. He didn't dare to be surrounded. "Where do you think you're going?" shouted Chu Feng as he chased after him. Zhou Shang sneered and didn't say a word. He turned around and fled into the crowd. Chu Feng said, "Zhou Shang, is this all you've got? Didn't you want my breathing technique?" In order to obtain it, You've gone through great pains and didn't hesitate to deal with my parents and kill my friends. Today, I've come personally. If you want it, then get over here and take it with your own ability." As he spoke, he flew like a beam of light. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled wherever he passed as he swooped down toward Zhou Shang. Bang! On the ground, some of the Outer Realm evolvers were unlucky. They were struck by Chu Feng's lightning fists and swept by the dark red blade he controlled. They suffered great losses. Attack! Suddenly, Zhou Shang stopped and let out a low shout. A number of elders in the crowd nodded after hearing his voice and joined forces to produce a treasure. It was a tatter bag. It opened up in an instant and shot out thousands of beams of light toward Chu Feng. "Withdraw!" shouted Zhou Shang. He also joined in and activated the tattered bag. Apparently, this was an extremely powerful weapon and was a treasure among secret treasures. It actually needed many people to activate it together. With a swoosh, Chu Feng was sucked into the bag. At this moment, not to mention the great demons of Kunlun, even the group of Outer Realm evolvers was astonished. Such a ferocious demon, Chu had actually been taken away. An elder laughed loudly. "Ha, Chu Feng, to think you'd have such a day. Who do you think you are after repeatedly opposing our Penglai Island? The orthodoxy has been lost. We're the orthodoxy now." Shockingly, there were people from Penglai Island. They were also evolvers with their original bodies on Earth, but now they had joined forces with Zhou Shang to kill Chu Feng. Now they had succeeded. "This is a small Chinquin bag." Another old man spoke with a complacent expression. "Ha! Fortunately, we know of some ruins on Earth and dug out this secret treasure. However, it has suffered serious damage and is somewhat decayed. Everyone, quickly refine it and seize this opportunity to cripple this demon first." The world hadn't been completely unsealed, so they couldn't bring out the other powerful treasures from Penglai Island. This was something they had dug out from some historical remains in Earth's main space. Kill. In the distance, Ouyang Feng and the yellow cattle were anxious as they charged over together. At this moment, Chu Feng had fallen into the so-called small Chinquin bag. He wasn't anxious at all. He weighed the stone box in his hand and didn't release the last of the brightly colored flames. At the same time, he didn't use the trump card he was most confident in. He took out the divine blood banner once again and wanted to test whether or not it could cut open the bag. He had some suspicions that this might be a part of a certain forbidden weapon of the spirit race from a long time ago. Otherwise, why would the old woman at the Golden Arhut realm kill herself and sneak into Earth to nurture this weapon and revive it? Boom! He waved the divine blood banner and bombarded the tattered bag. At this moment, the outside world was in a state of jubilation as though it was a grand banquet. All the saint children were celebrating and were extremely happy. Zhou Shang wore a smile on his face, following which a mocking expression appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stared at the tattered bag. With a bang, the tattered bag suddenly exploded and shreds of cloth danced chaotically. The few elders from Penglai Island bore the brunt of the attack and were the first to let out blood-curdling screams. They were still making a move just now and refining together. They wanted to use the small Chinquin bag to turn Chu Feng into a pool of pus and blood. How could they have expected that this slightly decayed secret treasure would actually be broken open? A few of them were sent flying, and all of them had suffered heavy injuries. Even Zhou Shang's blood and energy were churning, and blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth because he was standing at the side. Chu Feng charged out like a primordial ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage. He swept across the evolvers in the vicinity with the long blade in his hand. No one could stop him. The people from Penglai were killed in large swathes as though they were vegetables being cut up. Following which, the few elders who were sent flying were horrified because they were also enveloped by the blade light. They bellowed in anger and did their best to resist, but someone's head flew into the air in an instant as they were beheaded. Chu Feng swept over. His main target was still the innocuous divine physique as he shouted, "Zhou Shang, Are you worthy of being the Earth's true one? Don't call yourself that anymore. It's too shameful. You don't even dare to fight me fair and square. What kind of innocuous divine physique are you? You're only fit to hide in the shadows and injure people. Where are you going? Zhou Shang ignored him and turned around to leave. He didn't start a fight with him and charged in another direction. Boom! All of a sudden, the ground collapsed as someone attacked Chu Feng. At the same time, Zhou Shang also turned around in an instant and charged back. Origin magnetic rays surged underground as the Origin magnetic sacred physique appeared to obstruct Chu Feng. Zhou Shang turned around and joined in the hunt. Chapter 702. Who do you think you are? Do you think of yourself as a descendant of a god or a beast born from the primal chaos? Go to hell. Origin magnetic sacred physique raised his voice and threw a punch. It was a field of Origin magnetic light. His physique was very strong and tall. When he erupted with all his strength, silver blood energy seeped out of his body. The blood flowing in his body wasn't just pure red. There was also some silver in it. This was the Origin magnetic sacred physique with a special bloodline. It had to be said that this person was extremely tyrannical. His energy was vigorous and extremely terrifying, causing the void to rumble. When the Origin magnetic light swept past, all the evolvers in the surroundings were astonished. That was because many of the metal weapons in their hands were trembling and resonating. With a bang, Chu Feng blocked it with his fist and met force with force. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as he blocked the Origin magnetic light. What demon Chu? Who do you think you are? Go to hell. I've long been annoyed by you. Origin magnetic sacred physique shouted. His techniques were endless. He opened his mouth, and a colorful light flew out. The Origin magnetic chi slashed toward Chu Feng like a knife. Clang! Chu Feng's fiery eyes erupted with two large flames that resonated with the Origin magnetic light and then crushed it. I'm your grandpa, Chu Feng spoke. The other party was so arrogant, so he naturally acted as brash as he could. He didn't put Origin magnetic sacred physique in his eyes in the slightest. Boom! Origin magnetic sacred physique exploded, and his silver blood energy boiled, turning the entire sky into a silvery white color. Everything was within the range of his blood energy. He was like a god, and his hair was disheveled as he exuded a powerful aura. I'll kill you today! He roared, and rays of sword light gushed out of his pores. This was formed from Origin magnetic chi. His body was like a layer of spiked armor as he charged savagely toward Chu Feng. Boom! However, Chu Feng was fearless. He was fairly calm and composed. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he was full of confidence. He swung his right leg and swept it across. Kill me? Your grandpa is your grandpa. You can't change that. Chu Feng shouted. At this point, he could use all kinds of wonderful techniques. This leg contained the resonance technique and the spiral technique, and its destructive power was boundless. Bang! Origin magnetic sacred physique dodged and leaped abruptly. Then he bent his knees and charged over. He used his knees, which were very ferocious. He suddenly thrust them toward Chu Feng's chest. Chu Feng's eyes were sharp. His body flipped in the air, and his leg collided with his opponent's knee. A terrifying light bloomed between the two, and it was deafening. This kind of power wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Chi! A terrifying sword light flew over as the innocuous divine physique attacked from behind. He was good at grasping opportunities, and every attack was crafty and vicious. He chose to attack when Chu Feng was at his most passive. The divine sword in his hand pierced towards the back of Chu Feng's head. It was sinister and terrifying, as long as it pierced through the head. Even if one's divine skills were extraordinary, they might still die on the spot. Chu Feng's expression was cold. At this time, he only slightly tilted his head to avoid this fatal sword. The blade of the sword almost brushed past his head, and a murderous aura surged. In reality, during this process, Chu Feng had already activated his protective energy. Otherwise, even if he managed to avoid the divine sword, his face would have been cut by the sword chi it emitted. Boom! He retreated, almost brushing against the longsword. His elbows fiercely struck backward, and his entire back crashed into the innocuous divine physique, Zhou Shang. In an instant, energy light erupted, and runes caused the void to explode. Die! Innocuous divine physique roared. It was rare for him to fight to the death with Chu Feng. His right arm swept back with the divine sword, as if he wanted to use the sword to hug Chu Feng in front of him and directly cut off his head. Boom! It was deafening. The pores all over Chu Feng's body were emitting faint golden energy. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a large golden bell that abruptly appeared outside his body to protect him. It erupted with a loud clang, and the sound of the long and drawn-out bell reverberated from the era when the heavens were opened millions of years ago. This was very sudden. Even someone as powerful as innocuous divine physique's body shook violently. His divine sword was blocked by the large bell, and he couldn't cut off Chu Feng's head. Moreover, the large bell had suddenly exploded in front of him. It simply pressed and collided violently with him, causing his body to shake violently as he was attacked by the golden bell. The golden bell canopy condensed by the robbery induction breathing technique was abnormally firm and terrifying. If it was an ordinary evolver, they would definitely be smashed in a meat paste by the large bell and die a violent death. Innocuous divine physique was actually only sent flying, and his body only staggered slightly. However, this wasn't the end. Chu Feng followed up and was still colliding with him with his back against him. At this moment, the large bell suddenly disintegrated and exploded, blasting Zhou Shang. Because Chu Feng hated him to the extreme, as long as he was given a chance to fight him in close combat, he would immediately deal a fatal blow. He wanted nothing more than to kill Zhou Shang immediately. Innocuous divine physique let out a muffled groan this time. His body flew uncontrollably, and blood dripped from his mouth as he was injured. This shocked Chu Feng. In such a momentary life and death battle, even Su Changxian, the myriad star physique, would suffer serious injuries if his physical body was suddenly hit like this. However, it seemed that Zhou Shang was indeed injured, but it wasn't as serious as he had imagined. As expected of the innocuous divine physique, any damage can be reduced by 70 to 80%. This is indeed a heaven-defying physique. In the distance, even the great commander-level figures of the deity race and the netherworld race contracted their pupils and sucked in a breath of cold air. The saint children of each race were incomparably fearful. This was the innocuous divine physique. It was very difficult for a calamity to befall him, and the divine light born in his body could dissolve it. Boom! At this moment, the origin magnetic sacred physique arrived. He waved his fists, and his whole body was covered in silvery white light. His blood chi and battle chi condensed together, and his entire aura flourished like a demonic god. He wanted nothing more than to smash Chu Feng into pieces with one punch. Native of a low-level planet, I don't believe I can't kill you, he muttered and sneered. His eyes were full of merciless killing intent. Chu Feng soared up, and his lightning fist erupted as he charged over to meet him head-on. In a split second, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the void, and origin magnetic force burst forth. Bang! Boom! Terrifying sound waves spread out one after another. There was a glaring light that blossomed continuously as the two fought fiercely. It was as if two gods were dueling. Your grandpa, you're still your grandpa. When they separated, Chu Feng spoke calmly and indifferently. In the end, he took the initiative to attack again. You think you're invincible just because you have the origin magnetic sacred physique? Even if I let you join hands with the so-called innocuous divine physique, it won't be enough. Come at me with a few more physiques, and I'll cook them all in one go. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chu Feng's whole body was covered in light. His lightning fist had been developed to the acme of perfection and possessed a demonic nature. In the end, even the Origin magnetic sacred physique's hands were trembling. In the great head-on battle, he was almost spasming, and there was blood flowing within his battle clothes. He had been injured by the Yang realm's divine technique, the lightning fist. Chi, the innocuous divine physique, was like a poisonous snake as he attacked from behind from time to time. Every attack was fatal, but was blocked by Chu Feng. Chu Feng's battle against two physiques shocked the entire island. The saint children of each race were dumbfounded. In their impression, as long as one such physique appeared, it would cause a commotion, and the orthodoxy they belonged to would nurture them as invincible seeds. In reality, history had indeed proven their strength. They could revive a large race and make a strong race rise to become an overlord. But now, a native of a declining planet was so powerful. He was fighting against two powerful physiques alone, and he was even very calm and domineering as he took the initiative to attack. We agreed to leave the innocuous divine physique's grandson to me, but you've stopped me. What do you want me to do? Ouyang Feng was showing off there. In the end, he said, "It's cloudy and raining to beat my grandson. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll beat you bunch of grandsons." Ouyang Feng's words were too sarcastic. He slanted his eyes and stared at the other saint children. Then, he waved at them and shouted, wanted to start a fight with them. Those people were so angry that their faces turned green. They couldn't bear this toad's challenge and provocation. Kill him. This group of people didn't care about rules. Over 20 of them rushed forward like a swarm of bees, ready to gang up on him and kill him in an instant. Brothers, attack. How dare you gang up on us? They don't want to live anymore. Ouyang Feng shouted. Then he summoned his big rotten ship and jumped on it. He charged around the area until he encountered someone who was alone. Only then would he pounce over to fight and kill them. He was a divine beast, so there was no doubt that divine blood flowed in his body. His strength was terrifying. How could an ordinary saint child be his opponent? Being singled out meant death. Kill. Brothers, it's time for revenge. The Black Yak and the others went crazy. Each of them summoned a big rotten ship from Mount Eternal. A great battle broke out. Yellow Cattle was the smallest, but it was the steadiest. It paid attention to the battlefield at all times. Wherever danger appeared, it would pounce over there. Its cultivation was extremely terrifying. On the battlefield, Chu Feng fought fiercely with the two great physiques. The battle was getting more and more intense. They fought from the sky to the ground, then from the ground to the sea, and then back to the island where Mount Eternal was. At this moment, he became more and more calm. His every movement was upright and upright. His fists were grand, and light suppressed the sky. It was as if a divine king was on a journey to suppress demons and monsters. Origin magnetic sacred physique? Innocuous divine physique? Is this all you've got? It's not enough. Become stronger. Chu Feng spoke. His voice was vast and mighty, shaking the entire island. This was a huge blow to the Allied forces' morale. Two great physiques weren't a match for him alone. It was shocking. Just how strong was this native of Earth? Bang! Chu Feng swung his leg like a golden snake soaring into the sky. He swept across innocuous divine physique and sent him flying. During the fierce battle, Chu Feng's hair flew in the wind. His entire body seemed to be burning as he turned into a large golden fireball. He charged toward Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique to fight to the death. Origin Magnetic Heaven Seal. Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique roared. He was already standing on the island and looking up at the sky. His hair danced chaotically, and his eyes were as sharp as two divine swords. The entire island glowed as boundless Origin Magnetic Chi surged out from the ground. The earth and him seemed to have condensed into one. He was borrowing the energy of this planet to lock onto Chu Feng. Roar! The roar of a ferocious beast erupted as one monster after another flew up from the island. They were all formed from Origin Magnetic Chi as they charged toward Chu Feng and surrounded him. Then, All the monsters fused into one and transformed into the Origin magnetic cauldron to refine him. Using Origin magnetic methods against me? Your grandfather specializes in domains. Do you think I'm afraid of you? As Chu Feng laughed coldly, the domain runes around him erupted. Then, with a bang, the cauldron exploded. He charged out in an instant and charged toward Origin magnetic sacred physique. Bang, bang, bang. He waved his fists dozens of times in one breath, causing Origin magnetic sacred physique's arm to tremble. Blood dripped down as he staggered backward. Is that all you've got? I'll take your lives, shouted Chu Feng. Chapter 703. He's just a native and a descendant of a race that was almost completely slaughtered by our ancestors. He's actually this powerful. A commander from the deity race, who is also the person in charge, muttered. He was hiding in the crowd and evaluating in secret. Even though the deity race had suffered heavy losses not long ago, he was still calm. In order to kill Chu Feng and the group of great demons, they had brought some trump cards because the deity race wanted to dip their fingers into this forbidden area where the demon race nurtured demon sages. Even if their own race couldn't use it after research, they could still exchange benefits with some of the big shots of the demon race in the universe and obtain enough bargaining chips for the deity race. Shoot him. At this moment, the person in charge from the deity race waved his hand, and a person walked out. He was covered in dark gold armor, and the big bow in his hand was very special. It was green and had a threatening, murderous aura. This was a great killing weapon. It wasn't easy for them to bring it in from the outer realms. It could easily kill a transformation realm expert. The green demonic bow is lethal to anyone below the golden Arhut level. This is the first great killing weapon I prepared for you. Do you really think my deity race can be provoked as you please? Not to mention a little native from a declining planet like you. Even other powerful races won't be able to do so. The middle-aged person in charge sneered and ordered the person to draw the bow. Lock on. The person in dark gold armor responded. He was a divine archer himself, and with the special green demonic bow, it could be said that he had always killed with one arrow. Shoot him to death. After these two words were spoken, a green light filled the sky. It was so glaring that many people couldn't help but scream and close their eyes. Chu Feng just happened to rush into the sky at the same time as the Origin magnetic sacred physique. When the battle was intense, he used a wonderful technique. A cave appeared in front of his left hand, and he wanted to suddenly suck the other party in and kill him. But at this moment, a green light was too shocking. It was like an immortal sword piercing the sky from the ground. It was very long, piercing through the firmament and coming in extreme speed. Chu Feng moved his body sideways, and the green light brushed past his body. The arrow pierced through the clouds, and the dense energy made everyone's expressions change. The green demonic arrow was too shocking. It might be able to kill a Cloud Eater realm expert in a second. Moreover, things still weren't over. The arrow moved through the sky, not disappearing, instead becoming like a green immortal sword, hacking down from above. Chu Feng's eyes were cold as he stared at the arrow that was flying towards him. He quickly dodged again. The green demon arrow was too terrifying, and its speed exceeded common sense. Ordinary evolvers at the Cloud Eater realm simply couldn't react to it. It disappeared for a split second and then suddenly appeared beside Chu Feng, almost piercing through the space between his eyebrows. He fiercely shook his head. The green divine light brushed past him. Despite this being the case, blood still flowed out from the space between his brows. That was the result of the killing intense surging, almost piercing through his frontal bone. Chi! In the sky, the green demon arrow did not stop. It flew over again, and this time it was even more special. It circled around the area where Chu Feng was, spiraling around him. Hurry and run! Yellow cattle shouted from the distance. He knew what this was. The deity race had been expanding all along and occupied quite a few planets. They were dyed in blood, and they were all attacked by them. The green demon arrow was a weapon they obtained after attacking an uncivilized planet. It wasn't easy to refine this kind of weapon, but it was extraordinarily powerful. Boom! The green arrow flew around Chu Feng, forming a spiraling trajectory. That part of the sky was green and lustrous. All kinds of runes were densely covered, and then it immediately exploded. It was extremely glaring between heaven and earth. That place was like a land of destruction. The energy was too shocking. One could see that the metal battle clothes on the Origin magnetic sacred physique, who had escaped the range of the spiral, were melting and then evaporating like liquid. All kinds of runes flickered on his body, and he was still flying backward. In the end, he avoided the center and fled into the distance. All the Saint Children's expressions changed. If it were them, they reckoned they wouldn't be able to avoid it. As for Chu Feng in the center, no one was optimistic. They all held their breaths and stared attentively. Could it be that he had been killed? The most terrifying thing was that the green demon arrow had finally rushed into the center. It hadn't been obliterated yet and was about to carry out the final fatal blow. One after another, the magnetic stones in the sky exploded. That was Chu Feng's method. Everyone saw Chu Feng's metal battle clothes fall, melt, and turn into gas. Has his body and soul been completely destroyed? Perhaps it's over. Divine light blossomed in some people's eyes. However, the next moment, Chu Feng's ice-cold voice was heard. Deity race, you've been targeting me time and time again. Sooner or later, I'll behead your Heaven Illuminator ancestor and slaughter all your saints. Chu Feng rushed out from within the energy light. One could see that the cave in front of his left hand was unstable. It formed a vortex and absorbed the last green arrow. Pop! With a final soft sound, green fragments gushed out from the cave. The arrow that had exhausted its energy disintegrated and fell outside the cave. Deity race, all of you die, Chu Feng roared. Just now, he clearly had the upper hand. He had suppressed the two great physiques and even wanted to suppress and kill the Origin magnetic sacred physique. In the end, he was interrupted by the deity race. One could see that there were some wounds on his body. They were bleeding, and he had already changed into a different battle clothes. Were they just superficial wounds? The Saint Children of every race gasped. They thought that if their positions were switched, they would all die and be obliterated by the green demon arrow. When Chu Feng spoke, he disappeared from his original position and swooped down in the direction of the deity race. Where do you think you're going? Chu Feng, get over here. Kill. The Origin magnetic sacred physique blocked his way. At the same time, Zhou Shang also appeared behind him. He became one with his sword and transformed into a shocking rainbow that pierced toward Chu Feng's head. All of you scram. A large golden bell appeared outside Chu Feng's body. He shook off the two people and continued to attack the ground. The person wearing the dark gold armor was incomparably tired and dispirited. Moreover, the large green bow in his hand had completely dimmed after the arrow was shot. It was already half destroyed. Boom! Chu Feng crashed down like a golden, angry lion sweeping through the area. The person's body was hit on the spot and couldn't dodge in time. In the end, he turned into a bloody mist in an instant. Blood splattered continuously. The deity race's troops in this area suffered heavy losses and were almost completely wiped out. The person in charge had long since escaped into the distance. His expression was gloomy, because even such a tyrannical arrow couldn't kill Chu Feng. This made his expression unsightly. You still want to leave? Chu Feng's gaze was like the edge of a knife. His fiery eyes saw everything clearly and had already locked onto him. I want to kill you. Who can stop me? Who can stop you? Let's see where you can hide. Chu Feng rushed forward. The Origin magnetic sacred physique and Zhou Shang intercepted and attacked together. They wanted to buy time for the middle-aged man because they knew the deity race still had a trump card. They wanted the middle-aged man to activate it. Chu Feng died, Zhou Shang shouted. His sword light was like a rainbow as dense energy gushed out from his body. It interweaved into a divine diagram outside his body and shrouded forward. The picture scroll he constructed using his blood chi as the paper and his spirit, as the paint was indeed terrifying. It was actually the Saint Heaven sacrificial diagram. Chu Feng, where do you think you're going? The Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique also shouted. Chu Feng's anger and battle qi condensed together. The energy in front and behind him overflowed to the heavens. He was like a world-shocking demon king as he roared. You two think you're fit to say die and flee to me? You're not my match, even if you join hands. I want to kill the deity race's commander. Let's see which one of you can stop me. Scram. Boom. Hundreds of energy bodies appeared around him. His own picture scroll also unfolded and swept over. It collided with the two fiercely and erupted with terrifying light. In the end, he forced the two back and killed his way to the middle-aged man. During this process, the person in charge of the deity race kept on fleeing. At the same time, he gave the order to use the god-slaying spear. God-slaying your grandpa's divine spear. In the distance, the big black yak, the old donkey, and the others roared. They drove the rotten ship and bombarded the rest of the deity race indiscriminately, crushing them. They didn't know who held the god-slaying spear, so they could only attack everyone from the deity race indiscriminately and not let them use it. Attack! The middle-aged man was anxious and terrified because Chu Feng was in front of him. Although he was an old genius with great strength, he was definitely not Chu Feng's match. Bang! Chu Feng punched out again and again, shattering the middle-aged man's armor, secret treasures, and so on. Then he chopped off his head with a knife hand and grabbed it in his hand. Next, he soared to the sky and once again faced the Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique and Zhou Shang, who were chasing him. He smashed the head at them and said, "You'll end up like him." That head exploded, and the person in charge of the deity race was annihilated in body and soul. This shocked everyone on the island. Even two great physiques couldn't stop the great demon Chu even when they joined hands. They let him pluck off his target's head amidst thousands of troops. This was simply too ferocious and made them tremble in fear. Chu Feng fought with the Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique and attacked Zhou Shang at the same time. He went all out and unfolded his picture scroll. His blood qi overflowed to the sky as he attacked the two. For a moment, when Chu Feng unfolded his picture scroll and carved the Origin magnetic runes on the top 100 stars, it actually seemed to freeze the void for a short period of time. Bang! The Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and struggled to break free from the shackles. His face was pale because he had almost been fixed in place just now and was almost killed. Zhou Shang's pupils also contracted. Even though he was known as the innocuous divine physique, he was still injured. His shoulder almost exploded from the lightning punch. What Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique? It's not enough at all. And Zhou Shang, someone like you is worthy of calling yourself the Earth's true one? Now, you're even deceiving people from the outer realms. Die, you scoundrel! Chu Feng charged and attacked. While he used a lightning punch, he also combined it with a spiral technique and attacked forward. Bang, bang, bang. In the intense battle, the Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique was the main attacker. He blocked Chu Feng from the front and kept clashing head-on. However, after exchanging over 100 moves, he let out a blood-curdling scream as one of his arms was grabbed. First, it was cracked by Chu Feng's lightning punch and was almost charred. Then it was forcefully torn off by the spiral technique. Afterward, Chu Feng grabbed his other arm and tore it downwards, causing blood to spurt out. Then, Chu Feng charged to the side with the Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique and attacked Zhou Shang. While suppressing a powerful opponent, he also locked onto the innocuous divine physique. A stone cave appeared in front of his left hand as he wanted to suppress and kill Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang's expression changed. He used his wonderful technique to almost blend into the void. Ordinary people couldn't see his figure, but Chu Feng's fiery eyes detected him immediately and closed in on him. The essence energy around the innocuous divine physique's body flowed away rapidly and surged toward that stone cave. He was shocked and then said in a low voice, "These wonderful techniques were originally mine. I'm the inheritor of this planet, but they were intercepted by you. The others couldn't hear it. Even Chu Feng could only vaguely hear it. The innocuous divine physique was exploding. Mysterious symbols interweaved between his palms and fingers and blasted forward. Chu Feng raised the origin magnetic sacred physique and went up to block in front of him, using it as a shield. Meanwhile, the stone cave in front of his other hand was even more terrifying. Bang! The origin magnetic sacred physique let out a blood-curdling scream. His chest almost exploded as he suffered Zhou Shang's attack. Boom! When the stone cave neared Zhou Shang, he discovered to his horror that he was about to sink into it. He let out a loud roar and forced his way out. However, Chu Feng's foot landed on his chest and almost penetrated it. His chest caved in and blood splattered everywhere. If it wasn't for his special physique, which was known as innocuous, he would definitely have exploded into a bloody mist. What Earth's true one? Do you think that all the stars in the universe revolve around you, and that all the secret manuals are yours? This is a wonderful technique that I created myself. You're not good enough, shouted Chu Feng as he smashed his fist forward. Bang! Zhou Shang struggled free with difficulty. Before he could stand firm, he was once again covered by that grand golden fist. Chapter 704. Boom! Heaven and earth exploded, and yang energy surged. Both of them were using their trump cards. Zhou Shang couldn't avoid it, and could only face it head-on. But in the end, blood spurted out of his mouth and nose as he retreated continuously. His body was trembling because one of his arms was full of cracks and was almost broken by the fist mark. Bang! Chu Feng attacked again, sending him flying. One of his arms was twisted and the bones were sticking out. Zhou Shang was seriously injured. He was actually injured to this extent. One could imagine how powerful Chu Feng's attack was. If it wasn't for the innocuous divine physique that could reduce 70% to 80% of the damage, the result would be even more terrifying. Zhou Shang, are you going to wait for me to kill you, or are you going to surrender yourself? Chu Feng approached. The entire island was quiet, and everyone was in a daze. Was the battle going to end just like that? They couldn't believe it. One was a divine physique, and the other was a saint physique. The appearance of any one of these two physiques could cause a huge uproar. In the end, they could reach the peak of evolution. If there were no accidents, they could look down on an era. But what do the people see now? The two physiques were seriously injured and were about to lose their combat power. Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique's arms were torn off, and he was bleeding all over. Moreover, he was held in Chu Feng's hands, and he was extremely weak. Chu Feng, you really exceeded my expectations. You dragged me into a desperate situation and forced me to this step. At this time, Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique actually opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice. He was very disappointed. It was a bit humiliating for someone with an invincible physique to be carried like this. Slap! Chu Feng slapped him hard in the face. This result stupefied Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique and also stunned the allied forces on the island. The dignified Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique was slapped in the face in public. Chu Feng said, "What invincible talent! Invincible physique? From the moment you joined hands, it was nothing. You don't have the confidence to defeat me alone. Are you worthy of saying these words to me?" There was complete silence, and the surroundings were momentarily silent. Everyone in the allied forces was moved. This was indeed a great demon and a madman. Did he not even put a saint physique in his eyes? His words and attitude were too disdainful. Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique let out a long howl as he came back to his senses. He was unable to restrain his anger as he roared like a wild beast. His entire body trembled as he struggled with all his might. Still not convinced, Chu Feng gave him another slap. "Then let's die together." The Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique erupted and went completely berserk. At this moment, his chest split open, and a piece of divine magnetism emerged from within his body, emitting a myriad of splendors. divine magnetic treasure seal. At the same time that Chu Feng was surprised, he also felt a chill run down his spine. This was a great imprint that flowed with auspicious multicolored light. It was definitely a divine-level material that even surpassed divine magnets. A combination of the divine magnet and a part of the magnetic marrow. Chu Feng drew in a breath of cold air. A divine magnet was already something that domain researchers yearned for even in their dreams. It was a rare treasure. As for the magnetic marrow, it was something that only existed in legends. This piece of divine magnet condensed a part of the magnetic marrow and was refined by the origin magnetic sacred physique into a treasure seal. It was nourished within his body and condensed into one with him. How hateful! I obtained the divine magnetic mountain seal and am currently in the process of refining it. I need to nourish it with flesh and blood. Otherwise, why would I be in such a sorry state? Origin magnetic sacred physique said with hatred. He had already gone mad. All the energy in his body poured into this mountain seal, urging it to expand rapidly. No one could stop this trend. Bang! The divine magnetic mountain seal was boundlessly terrifying, causing even Chu Feng to have no choice but to retreat. This was because the aura within it was boiling and was about to explode. A wisp of the origin magnetic sacred physique's spiritual imprint was hidden within, leading everything. As for his main body, it had been sucked dry, and his essence and energy were all lost. Bang! Chu Feng directly threw the origin magnetic sacred physique out and shouted into the distance, "Tie him up!" He himself stopped and didn't retreat anymore. He tried to suppress the divine magnetic mountain seal because he really didn't want this rare treasure to be destroyed. He was a domain researcher, and he coveted this mountain seal too much. Once he controlled it, it would be even easier to travel between famous mountains and great rivers in the future. Bang! Chu Feng went all out to suppress it and prevent the mountain seal from disintegrating. Go to hell! The spiritual imprint within the mountain seal let out a resentful roar. This spiritual imprint of the origin magnetic sacred physique had condensed into one with the treasure and controlled everything. If he had a choice, the origin magnetic sacred physique absolutely wouldn't destroy this secret treasure. Controlling it would allow him to control the various mysterious magnetic forces between heaven and earth and even break various domains. But now, he was about to be killed. How could he leave such a rare treasure to the enemy? However, when he saw that Chu Feng was about to forcefully suppress it, he hesitated slightly and felt that he had grasped a chance of survival. Myriad weapons salute. At the critical moment, he didn't immediately self-destruct and instead used another method. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, everyone on the island was shocked because as long as they were wearing metal weapons, those secret treasures all rose into the air and flew towards the sky. Flying swords were like rain, and secret treasures were like rainbows. One after another, they were too concentrated, and all of them attacked where Chu Feng was. This was the result of the divine magnetic mountain seal. It could attract metal weapons and control them. Chu Feng was shocked. At the same time, he became more and more interested in this secret treasure. Because of this, he even gave up on targeting Zhou Shang and focused on dealing with this divine object. Bang! Outside his body, a golden-colored golden bell shield appeared to protect his body. At the same time, a cave also appeared in front of his left hand. A black vortex rotated and resisted those weapons. In addition, his lightning fist also blasted out and swept away the weapons in all directions. Chu Feng knew the origin magnetic sacred physique's intentions. The other party actually wanted to live and didn't want to destroy this treasure until the very last moment. Thus, he had to give the other party a glimmer of hope. For a moment, he looked rather miserable as he was blocked by thousands of weapons. In reality, Chu Feng was confident that he could block all of them. Countless weapons danced in the air, and sword lights were like rain. They seemed to cut through the void and interweave together to attack Chu Feng. Soon, the divine magnetic mountain seal dimmed slightly. The energy that the origin magnetic sacred physique had poured into it was about to be exhausted. What a pity. In the end, I can't kill you. Let this treasure be destroyed. The wisp of the origin magnetic sacred physique's imprint sighed. He knew that the situation was hopeless and was about to explode along with this treasure. It's too late. This thing is mine. You have no right to dispose of it. With a buzz, Chu Feng's left hand stretched forward. A cave appeared, and the black vortex rotated even faster. It forcefully extracted a wisp of spiritual imprint from the divine magnetic mountain seal, swallowed it into the cave, and then destroyed it. Bang! The divine magnetic mountain seal, with a portion of the magnetic marrow, fell into Chu Feng's hand and returned to its original state. This was a treasured seal. It was like a mountain and extremely heavy, but it was firmly controlled by him. Huh? Chu Feng laughed loudly. He was a domain master, and his love for this kind of thing was no less than an evolver seeing mother of gold material. In the distance, the origin magnetic sacred physique's main body cried out in anger. His eyes were about to split open. He knew that his spiritual imprint's hesitation at the last moment had given the other party a chance, and the secret treasure had been snatched away. Otherwise, how could the other party succeed if he had directly detonated it? Moreover, it was very likely that he would have dragged the other party along with him. The old donkey immediately gave him a kick with his hoof, causing a large bump to swell up on his forehead. He said, "Hee-haw, hee-haw, what are you howling about? You're a captive now, a prisoner. Let's see if we can squeeze something out of you later or sell you for a good price. Otherwise, I'll just stuff you into the latrine." The origin magnetic sacred physique was extremely weak. His energy had been sucked dry, but he wasn't convinced. He said, "How hateful. If I hadn't reached the most critical moment of refining the divine magnetic mountain seal, how could I have been defeated so easily? I wouldn't have been able to use many of my techniques." The black yak slapped him on the head and said, "What are you being so cocky for? Even though it was 2 against 1, you were still caught by Chu Feng like little chicks. You still have the face to shout? Behave yourself." On the island, Chu Feng was moving rapidly. He was chasing after Zhou Shang, and his fiery eyes could see through all falsehoods. Even if the other party wanted to hide, it was useless. "Zhou Shang, is this all you've got? Where's your spirit? Didn't you call yourself the true one? Come, don't run." Chu Feng taunted. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them were fighting in the sky. One was chasing while the other was fleeing. They collided from time to time, and blood splattered continuously. Zhou Shang was horrified. He really wasn't a match for Chu Feng. This made him angry and sullen. At the same time, he was filled with unwillingness. As he saw it, Earth's inheritance should belong to him because he was the first to obtain the mysterious energy pagoda and obtain its approval. This demon Shu, this person of unorthodox origins, had unexpectedly obtained a robbery induction breathing technique 1 step ahead of him. This caused his inheritance to be incomplete. Zhou Shang's expression was gloomy. He believed that if Chu Feng hadn't intercepted his fortune, he would have been even more powerful if he had the robbery induction breathing technique. Relying on his physique, he could have truly become invincible. "You stole what belongs to me." His whole body was wounded, and blood was splattering everywhere. He was filled with even more hatred. Chu Feng was contemptuous. He revealed a disdainful expression and said, "I thought you were strong, but you're only so. Do you think the whole world revolves around you? Do you think everything belongs to you? You're nothing." Boom! Chu Feng chased after him. His attacks were tyrannical, and each punch was heavier than the last. Moreover, he used the K-vortex in front of his left hand to block Zhou Shang's various trump cards after he went berserk, such as the flying immortal spear. Bang! Zhou Shang's whole body cracked as he was sent flying by Chu Feng. He couldn't escape. "How about it? Do we attack?" Someone from the Netherworld race asked. Another person replied, "There's no rush. The so-called origin magnetic sacred physique and innocuous divine physique are indeed world-shocking, but they don't belong to our race. If they die, then so be it. We can prevent them from rising up in the future and dominating the starry skies with no one able to keep them in check." People from damning Pure Land were also whispering, asking if they could suppress Chu Feng at this moment. Yes, we mustered a large force, not to be stabbed. An orthodoxy like ours really wants to suppress a native. Do you think we'll lose? In the sky, innocuous divine physique was sent flying. Puffed. One of his arms exploded from Chu Feng's kick. The explosion shattered the void, and blood splattered everywhere. Even the so-called innocuous physique was relative. In a true life and death situation, he couldn't bear it, either. Chu Feng's attack power was too strong. Even after 70 to 80% of it was reduced, it was still incomparably terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng kicked out in succession, breaking Zhou Shang's limbs, breaking his spine, and scattering the energy in his body. He threw him backward and said, "Tie him up." This person had an ancient battle technique from Earth. It was an inheritance that Chu Feng coveted, so he needed to be captured alive. Behind them, the Manchurian tiger and the others stepped on Zhou Shang. They tied him up like a dumpling and threw him onto the rotten ship. "Young man, you're full of ambition and in high spirits. Are you very happy? I think we should stop here," an old man from the Netherworld race said with a faint smile. Their race was once the main force that destroyed the ancient Earth and finally replaced this vital planet's ranking. Naturally, they were very concerned about the Earth's recovery and wanted to flatten it. At this moment, old fellows from the deity race, spirit race, Shilin clan, and Damung Pure Land walked out and prepared to use their trump cards. "Young man, it's time to end this." They sneered. Chapter 705. On the Netherworld race's side, an old man walked out with a crutch and an indifferent smile on his face. Due to his breathing technique, there was a thin black mist surrounding his body. He spoke unhurriedly and calmly. "Young man, it's good to have confidence, but being overly conceited is foolish. Having an evolver like you on this declining planet can be considered an anomaly. This reminds me of the ancient times, when the stars were shining brightly. The youths on this planet were all very stunning, and they suppressed the golden generation of our Netherworld race to the point of suffocation. But what did it do in the end? Yes, the so-called brilliant stars turned into shooting stars in the end. Their dazzling radiance temporarily illuminated the world, but they only shone for a short period of time. In the end, they all withered away." Following that, he revealed a faint smile and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Our Netherworld race's golden generation has grown up and is now an almighty, including the eighth under the starry skies." How could Chu Feng not understand that the Netherworld race's rise to power came from stepping on the countless corpses on this planet? They obtained the support of the deity race and other big shots. They commanded the other powerful races to attack the ancient Earth together and finally achieved a great victory. Chu Feng wasn't angry and said calmly, "Old man, don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. These kinds of words are very disgusting. Just like your wrinkled old face, it's like a tattered old pig's skin. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment by flaunting your calmness and proclaiming the Netherworld race's power? Oh, last time in Kunlun, I chopped your divine son with one slash. He was really too weak. So, you better put away your act and stop bragging in front of me. You guys are neither human nor ghost. I really don't think you're that strong." The Netherworld race old man had a faint smile on his face and said without any anger, "No matter what, we still feel a bit regretful. An anomaly like you will die in the end. Young man, do you have any last word before you die? Tell me." In the dark, Chu Feng had already sent the black yak, yellow cattle, and Ouyang Feng back to the rotten ship so that they could be ready to charge into Mount Eternal at any time. These people were very solemn and had long since stood on a large ship. This made Chu Feng feel at ease. These battleships belonged to Mount Eternal and were very difficult to destroy. Chu Feng spoke again. "Old fart, it looks like you're going to kill me, right? However, you look so calm and collected. How would you feel if you were to suffer a crushing defeat or even be completely annihilated?" At this moment, many people's expressions changed. All the saint children were incomparably fearful of Chu Feng. They had personally witnessed him display his invincible might and capture two people with powerful physiques alive. Who wouldn't be worried? The old man's expression was slightly stiff, but he still smiled in the end. The aura of the netherworld grew stronger, and the black fog around him surged. At this moment, the elders of the spirit race, Shilin clan, deity race, Damung Pure Land, and others stood out. They were the organizers of this allied army. Chu Feng, as a fellow clansman, I'll give you a suggestion. Come with us. The Shilin clan is the best home for you to return to. A red-haired old man laughed out loud. However, his gaze was filled with undisguised malice. It was a clear invitation, but his gaze was very cold. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to kill Chu Feng immediately. Chu Feng said, Shilin clan, you're worse than pigs and dogs. Your divine son has been slaughtered by me. I'll trouble you to pass on a message to your ancestor Wei Hong. Wash your neck clean. The so-called ninth under the heavens. I'll cut off his head sooner or later. Sharp teeth. You're still so stubborn even at death's door. Do you think you can still live today? At this moment, a woman spoke. Although she was indeed an elder, she didn't look old. She was from Damning Pure Land. Granny, your words are especially meaningless. Young master, Chu has always been living very well. Chu Feng replied. Granny? The woman's expression immediately darkened. With her evolutionary level, how could she be called an old granny at this age? Her vitality was still exuberant. Chu Feng said again, All right, old witch, let me ask you something. Is Qin Luoyin nurturing the fetus? Why isn't she here? The transition from granny to old witch, and then the mention of Qin Luoyin nurturing the fetus, made the women of Damong Pure Land angry. They were bound by a common enemy. Chu Feng looked at their expressions and said suspiciously, Could it be that there's some misunderstanding? Are you guys so heartless because you don't know she's nurturing the fetus? These words caused an uproar among the various races. Was he purposely making fun of Damning Pure Land? This was too impudent. Was he implying that Qin Luoyin had an unclear relationship with him? Demon Chu Feng, you'll die a miserable death. The people of Damning Pure Land rebuked him angrily. Those who spoke to me like this are all dead. For example, the divine sons of the Shilin clan, deity race, and netherworld race. Oh, it's quite interesting. Your divine sons were all chopped off by me, so you formed a united front. Now, you've come from millions of miles away to deliver your heads? Chu Feng's words drew hatred and made the group of people turn ashen. It seems you're fearless. These old experts spread out and slowly moved forward, surrounding Chu Feng from afar. Each of them held a secret treasure in their hands, and all of them were great killing weapons. For example, one of them was holding a brass pagoda, another a god-slaying spear, another a demon-refining bottle, and another a black gourd. People were terrified. Some saint children recognized these items. They were all extraordinary weapons that could instantly kill evolvers at the Cloud Eater realm. They could also easily kill those at the transformation domain. Chu Feng shook his head. You're just a pile of scrap metal. It's not enough. His words were fairly confident and made the expressions of the veteran experts change. They really couldn't think of how the other party could turn the tables. This was a situation of certain death. That was because any one of the weapons in their hands was more powerful than the green demon bow and arrows from before. It was enough to shoot and kill outstanding figures of the younger generation. Suddenly, Chu Feng's expression changed. He shouted at Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the others, retreat quickly and return to Mount Eternal. He felt a dangerous aura. The newcomer was extremely powerful and terrified him. Your divine instincts are quite sharp. But young man, your tone is too big. It's too late to retreat now. At this moment, an old man appeared with specks of golden light all over his body. His aura was extremely terrifying, as if he had an indestructible body. His body was firm and immortal, and his energy was vigorous. This was an evolver at the Golden Body realm. How is this possible? The Black Yak and the others cried out strangely in the distance. The old man said indifferently, Nothing is impossible. I severed my own golden body realm strength and almost died. I entered Earth's main space with great difficulty and finally recovered slowly. I didn't disappoint and luckily survived. I wasn't erased by Earth's order. The other old woman also said, "It's the same for me. You can die contentedly by using golden body realm figures like us to destroy you." One of them came from the Netherworld race and the other from the Shilling clan. They only did this and paid a huge price because they attached great importance to Earth. The two of them emitted a powerful aura that intimidated the entire island. They revealed a playful expression and stared at Chu Feng like a cat catching a mouse. The old woman said, "Did you know that it wasn't just the two of us who severed our own golden body cultivation to enter this planet? There were others who came, but unfortunately, they all died, not to mention recovering their strength. Our race has also suffered heavy losses because of you. If you don't die today, the heavens won't tolerate it. The heavens won't tolerate it. Do you people deserve to say such things?" Chu Feng's face was gloomy. The old man's golden light flickered as he said, "The two of us quickly showed ourselves because we were afraid that you would escape. We were worried that those so-called great killing weapons and trump cards wouldn't be able to stop you and that you would escape into the depths of Mount Eternal. What reason do you have to live now? You're just a salted fish waiting to die." The two evolvers of the Golden Arhut realm moved and descended to suppress Chu Feng. As the saying goes, one person with great strength can defeat 10. An evolver of this level wasn't someone that Chu Feng could contend against. They wanted to crush him on the island. The saint children of each race immediately relaxed and laughed out loud because the last fear in their hearts had disappeared. Chu Feng would die without a doubt. The few veteran powerhouses from before also revealed joyous looks. Even they didn't know that two evolvers of the Golden Arhut realm would suddenly appear and attack them. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Since it has come to this, what should come has already come. In that case, all of you can go and die," shouted Chu Feng. With him as the center, ripples interweaved on the ground and runes flickered. The entire island seemed to have been activated all of a sudden as rays of light overflowed into the sky. The two Golden Body Realm elders were horrified. They stopped in their tracks in an instant as they were blocked by the runes. The old woman was alarmed and said, "This is a large-scale domain that can threaten Golden Body Realm figures. How is this possible? He's only a domain master. It's impossible for him to lay down such a domain." Not good. As for the others, the various saint children and the others all cried out in panic. They were trapped, and some of them ran away in a panic. In the end, their bodies were cut apart. This island became incomparably terrifying. Energy was boiling, and light beams were interweaving. The island was like a chessboard with all kinds of lines crisscrossing and developing a killing domain. Someone whispered in terror and said, "Impossible. When we landed on the island earlier, we asked the domain master to break the arrangements along the way. A total of 12 domains were disintegrated, and we were completely safe. How did it appear again?" Chu Feng mocked and said, "I left those 12 domains for you guys to break. How could the large-scale domain I'm really preparing to exterminate you guys be exposed in advance? It will only be activated when all of you are in place. Do you really think that the place I've stayed at is so easy to approach?" The Golden Body Realm old woman said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. It's no big deal. A domain researcher at his level can't trap Golden Body Realm experts. He can't operate such a large-scale domain because it requires a great amount of energy. He can only activate it for a short while. We'll escape very soon." That's right. A domain master is very powerful, but it's impossible for him to lay down such a large-scale domain. We don't need to be afraid. Someone came to a sudden realization. I'll let you guys understand." Chu Feng rose into the air, following which a deafening bolt of lightning appeared above his head with a boom. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Why was it that they were almost attacked after Chu Feng laid down the domain? Chu Feng stood there and said, "Yes, It's useless for me to lay down such a large-scale domain under normal circumstances. I really can't activate it. But today, it's not a problem at all. I can activate it. Boom! Lightning appeared above his head once again. It was incomparably resplendent as it rumbled toward him. Heavenly tribulation, someone cried out. He finally understood. Chu Feng wore a faint smile and said, "That's right. I've been wanting to undergo a tribulation recently. It just so happens that I can use it to activate this large-scale domain. It should be enough as an energy primer." Boom, boom, boom. He didn't say anything because his heavenly tribulation had arrived. It was incomparably large and far exceeded that of an ordinary person. This shocked those at the Cloud Eater realm. This kind of heavenly lightning was too powerful and inconceivable. It was enough to kill most people at this realm in an instant. Not good. Charge out. Someone cried out. That was because the entire island was activated after the lightning covered the sky and covered the earth. Domain runes interweaved as the lightning energy in the sky was drawn in and poured into the large-scale domain. The large-scale domain was completely resplendent. Some people who were charging in randomly were struck by the domain runes and exploded in an instant. Kill our way out. Not to mention the others. Even the 2 golden arhats were terrified and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, this kind of large-scale domain blocked their way, and they couldn't escape. Only a few large decaying ships moved continuously toward Mount Eternal under Chu Feng's guidance. Everyone, this domain is called Heavenly Fire Thunderclap. Enjoy it slowly. I'll ignite it for you. Chu Feng spoke coldly. Countless bolts of lightning above his head struck downwards and poured into the large-scale domain. Chapter 706. Why was it like this? Close to 10,000 people were trapped on the island. Everyone was dumbfounded, and then they felt a chill run down their spine. Their allied forces were actually going to be defeated. One demon Shu and the great demons of Kunlun were going to destroy the allied forces of close to 10,000 people. Who would believe this if word got out? The people on the Penglai Island were terrified. This was the first time they felt regret. This enemy from Earth, the Chu Feng they had always wanted to kill, had actually grown to this stage. From their point of view, this was simply covering the sky with one hand. He was going to rely on his own strength to destroy everyone. Kill our way out. I don't believe he can trap all of us. Someone shouted, calling for everyone not to panic and to attack together to escape from this hopeless situation. Kill. The battle cries in this area shook the heavens. For a moment, everyone was using their secret treasures and activating their most powerful energy to attack the domain in an attempt to escape. However, the ground was as solid as divine gold. All kinds of divine patterns appeared and couldn't be broken. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Beams of light illuminated the firmament as the most violent energy poured down in torrents, bringing with it a destructive aura. Apparently, the domain on the ground was very terrifying as it absorbed a portion of the lightning energy once again. It hurts! The shout didn't come from the ground, but from the sky. Demon Shu was howling, and his hair was disheveled as he was submerged in the lightning. In just a split second, he had already suffered over 100 bolts of lightning, which struck him until his whole body was emitting green smoke. His body shook violently and swayed in midair as blood splattered in all directions. What a freak! Chu Feng cursed. This lightning tribulation was too terrifying and even more astonishing than what he had read in the books. This is just the beginning, and there are already over 100 bolts of lightning attacking us. Could it be that he really wants to catch up to Yao Yao from ancient Earth? It's said that Princess Yao's lightning tribulation back then was boundlessly terrifying. Beside him, the old woman of the same realm was immediately angered upon hearing this. You still have the time to worry about his strength? We might all die here. Why aren't you joining hands to break this domain? Let them throw away their lives first and sacrifice this domain with their blood. The old man muttered as he looked at the evolvers from every direction. The densely packed figures were all glowing as they resisted. Boom! Some people exploded. The runes rising from the ground were too astonishing. The slightest touch was enough to turn some knights and their mounts into smithereens. No, I don't want to die. I want to live. Chu Feng, you're so vicious. Let me go. Kill our way out. Our only hope of survival is to break through the domains here. The island was in complete chaos. Close to 1,000 people had died after the domains were activated. This was simply a one-sided slaughter. All those who attacked the domain were heavily injured. The runes on the ground were extremely vigorous. There were all kinds of runes. Some were like saw teeth, while others were like divine chains. They blossomed just like that and killed everyone. It could be said that the rafter that stood out was the first to rot. Those who took the initiative to attack were like wheat being cut, falling in droves, and large amounts of blood flowed. Miserable screams rang out one after another as the evolvers from the starry skies fell one after another. Their corpses were everywhere, and of course, there were many who didn't even have their bones left as they directly exploded. Charge! Some people leaped into the sky, wishing they could immediately fly away. However, only a small portion of people could fly outside of Mount Eternal. Most people were suppressed and couldn't leave the ground. Buffed, buffed, buffed. Unfortunately, the evolvers who charged into the sky were even more miserable. They exploded in midair like watermelons being smashed by giant rocks. The scene of flesh and blood splattering in all directions made even the evolvers from various races, who were used to seeing life and death, feel their scalps go numb and they wanted to vomit. The domain runes in the sky were even more concentrated. Chu Feng, you're so ruthless, someone cried out loudly. Within such a short period of several dozen breaths, the people charging into the sky seemed to be opening a dye shop. All kinds of colors blossomed, and they were all the blood, bones, and organs in the human body. Chu Feng was also crying out in pain. He grimaced in pain as he was drowned in lightning and surrounded by it. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and even the smell of charred flesh wafted out. This isn't scientific, he howled. Even at such a juncture, the evolvers from various races wanted to curse out loud. Unscientific, your grandpa's ancestors. It's not scientific to have a monster like you living in this world. It's heresy. Chu Feng cried out, why? My lightning tribulation is tens of times more than others. There's so many thunderbolts, and the lightning is so concentrated. I'm going all out. I definitely won't die here. He realized that it was possible that everyone on the island would be annihilated this time, including himself. This was just the beginning, yet the lightning strikes were already so tyrannical. If this went on for a long time, he would most likely be struck into ashes. Fortunately, he secretly transmitted his voice to the Black Yak and the others. They steered the big rotten ship into Mount Eternal and were no longer within the domain. On the ground, all the saint children were overwhelmed with shock. After they raised their heads and saw Chu Feng's heavenly tribulation growing larger and larger, each and every one of them felt their scalps go numb. If it were them, they would have been struck to death. Strike him to death. After this demon dies, the domain might break. Who are you talking about? Even though Chu Feng was struck by lightning and his whole body was covered in lightning, he still heard this kind of delighted roar. He immediately widened his eyes and looked down. After that, he used his domain technique within the lightning and drew upon the mysterious magnetic chi. A certain area on the ground immediately boiled, and the magnetic force transformed into runes and rushed out. That evolver let out a blood-curdling scream along with his clansmen. They were surrounded by the domain runes and immediately fell into flames. Heavenly Fire Thunderclap. With such a domain name, one could see its might. Chu Feng, show mercy. We're all native evolvers and of the same bloodline and origin. This is a misunderstanding. Let's out. At this moment, someone shouted loudly. He was anxious, frightened, and incomparably urgent as he waved his hand toward the sky. Chu Feng focused his gaze and found some familiar people. After that, his eyes lit up with killing intent. They were actually people from Penglai. This group of people was shameless to a certain level. People from Punlai, you still have the face to say we're of the same bloodline and origin? Die. Chu Feng, you can't be like this. We had some misunderstandings in the past, but from now on, we'll support you with all our strength. We'll follow you in a battle and conquer the troops from the outer realms. The people from Punlai were anxious. If this continued, their bodies and souls would all be destroyed. Not a single one of them would survive, because the flames on the ground were rising and becoming more and more vigorous. Being human at this stage is also a kind of realm. Letting you guys out is a crime. You all deserve to be destroyed. Chu Feng's merciless words were transmitted over, causing the people from Punlai to despair. They were the weakest and couldn't compare to the evolvers from the outer realms. They had long since been unable to hold on, and now they immediately cried out in pain and cursed in anger after hearing what was said. Chu Feng, you demon, you really deserve to die. You're destined to be annihilated by the heavens for attacking the native evolvers of Earth. You'll definitely die under the heavenly tribulation. You'll die from the 5 thunderbolts. You won't have a good death. The group of people from Punlai cursed viciously and cursed loudly from below. They had reached the final juncture and were about to die. There was nothing to be afraid of. They had all gone crazy. Then, following Chu Feng's focused attention on them, the area immediately erupted with the sound of thunder. Heavenly fire surged and formed from many tiny runes. The people from Punlai screamed miserably as they were drowned in the flames. One by one, they turned into torches and struggled with all their might. Unfortunately, these were energy flames guided by the domain runes, and they couldn't extinguish them. The people from Punlai suffered the baptism of the heavenly fire and thunder. They were in unbearable pain, and some couldn't bear it. They knelt on the ground and begged. There were also people who rushed into the air, but in the end, they disintegrated and died even faster. Before long, the people from Punlai were completely annihilated. More than 200 evolvers died tragically here because they were too proactive. They mustered a large force and followed the evolvers from the outer realms to come here to kill Chu Feng. In the end, none of them survived. "Brother, are you all right?" shouted the big black yak and the others in the distance. They were somewhat worried as they stood in front of Mount Eternal's mountain gate. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the area ahead. Chu Feng was undergoing an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the people below were shouting and horses neighing. It was a scene of chaos, and the aura of death surged. Amidst the lightning and fire, the island had become an azurous field. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, "I'm fine. Point out the weapons you like in advance. I'll do my best to keep them and pick up treasures later." "All right, I want the deity race's god murdering spear. It looks pretty good. The Shilin race's demon refining bottle is fine. I'll keep it to refine the Shilin race later on." Clearly, the Manchurian tiger and the old donkey were knowledgeable people. The most powerful weapons that they had set their eyes on weren't inferior to the green demon bow and arrows from before. These were the trump cards that the races had prepared: the brass pagoda, the god-murdering spear, the demon refining bottle, and the black gourd. "All right." Chu Feng nodded amidst the lightning. Even though his hair was disheveled and his body was scorched black, his eyes were still brilliant as he stared down at those people. "Netherworld race's old fellow, put down my black gourd. Damning Pure Land's old witch, be careful. Don't damage my brass pagoda." When Chu Feng's voice reached them, the organizers of the allied forces, the veteran experts with trump cards, were so angry that they were about to collapse. All of them were unable to restrain their anger. What could they do? They had secret treasures and such powerful weapons in their hands, but now they couldn't harm Chu Feng at all. They were trapped by the domain. Boom! The sound of heavenly fire and thunder exploded in front of them. Great flames burned the sky, but of course, the most terrifying were those domain runes. Once they got tangled up, they would lose their lives. Pop! Someone screamed. After being focused on by Chu Feng, the Netherworld race's old man with the black gourd went crazy. His whole body was covered in flames, and a divine chain formed from domain runes cut his body apart. He died tragically on the spot. Swoosh! Some densely packed sawtooth runes appeared and drowned the damn Pure Lands woman. Even if she used the brass pagoda to suppress them, it was futile. In the end, she turned into a pile of ashes. Clang! At the same time, the god-murdering spear fell to the ground. The deity race's veteran expert had died. Flames soared into the sky everywhere in the domain. The runes flickered and became increasingly terrifying. Even those who hadn't been focused on by Chu Feng couldn't bear it and were howling miserably. Before long, more than 6,000 of the nearly 10,000 people had died. Only a small half remained. To them, this was a devastating blow. The evolvers from every race were terrified. All of them were struggling to survive, but now they didn't have a chance. Kill your way out, you damned evil creature. At this moment, even the two golden arhats were anxious and incomparably irritable. They had tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but in the end, they had all failed. They were in a sorry state and had already been injured. Scarlet spots dotted their bodies, and their battle clothes had been burned with flames. Is everyone going to be annihilated here? They were terrified. They raised their heads to look at Chu Feng in the lightning, feeling as though they were facing a peerless demon king. In the outer realms, it wasn't peaceful at all. That was because the veteran figures from every race and some golden arhats were waiting for news outside Earth. There were even saints here. The starry skies weren't calm either. Many people on the Origin Beast platform had already heard that the allied forces from the outer realms were going to land on Mount Eternal today and wipe out the unfriendly evolvers on Earth. Oh, they'll be wiped out in one go. I think those so-called great demons of Kunlun on Earth will be wiped out completely. If Chu Feng is there, he'll be dead for sure. A woman from the spirit race chuckled. Her status wasn't low. She thought of her race's myriad star physique, Su Changxian. He would most likely obtain a great fortune at Mount Eternal and become more and more dazzling from then on. Yes, Earth is done for. After this battle, the last batch of seeds will be annihilated. The recovery of this planet will only benefit the children of every race in the outer realms. Some saints were nodding. Mount Eternal was very special. It was covered in a strange mist and had an indescribable domain that concealed the mysteries of heaven. The saints from the outer realms couldn't see through it, nor could the heavenly eye. Chapter 707. Amidst the lightning, Chu Feng was like a withered tree. He was truly in a miserable state. His body and face were charred black, and lightning was spewing out of his mouth. As for the areas on the surface of his body where there were cracks, there were incessant crackling sounds of electricity. Normally, this should be a dead person. His body's vitality had been severely damaged, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to survive. At this moment, the lightning in the sky had already come to an end and gradually disappeared. His dim eyes immediately lit up like a raging golden torch. He knew he had made it through. The heavenly tribulation, this time, was different from the past. Its power was too great, and it simply didn't give people a way out. He reckoned that under normal circumstances, even those at the transformation realm would die, their bodies and souls destroyed. Damn it! He raised his head to look at the firmament, and the first thing he said when he opened his mouth was to greet the heavenly tribulation. Such unfathomable lightning was pouring down in torrents. How could one live? Fortunately, everything had ended. Boom! However, just as he finished speaking, 5 different colored lightning bolts came crashing down from the firmament. They were thick and boundless, and they all struck his head like 5 pillars supporting the sky. Any one of the 5 colored lightning bolts could instantly kill a Cloud Eater, and it could easily kill a Transformation Realm person. In the end, they suddenly struck down at the same time. Bang! Chu Feng's body smashed into the heavenly fire thunderclap domain. His body stiffened on the spot, and black smoke came out of his head. He was like a black, withered tree, motionless. Brother! At Mount Eternal's mountain gate, the Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the others cried out in shock. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. They ran out like a swarm of bees, worried to the extreme. There were countless corpses in the heavenly fire thunderclap domain. There were also a lot of withered bones and large patches of human-shaped ashes. Many creatures were dead to the point where they couldn't be more dead. Of course, there were also some people who survived. This was what Chu Feng had intentionally done during his tribulation. He had left some captives. Chu Feng, you've actually died in the heavenly tribulation. You've really been struck by the five-colored lightning. You've been struck by lightning from the heavens, huh? Someone laughed loudly. Especially in front of Chu Feng, there was a saint whose body was burned to the point of being riddled with holes. His body was shriveled and not much better than Chu Feng's. At this moment, he revealed a sinister smile and crawled forward on all fours. Chu Feng, you didn't expect it, did you? In the end, you would end up in such a miserable state. I will cut off your head. He sensed that Chu Feng's body was devoid of life and had completely become a rock-like corpse. Thus, he was very relieved and immediately pounced over to chop off his head. Sorry to disappoint you. Chu Feng sat up with a whoosh. He flipped his hand and slapped the man, causing him to explode into pieces. However, this saint child's body didn't spill any blood. It had all been burned dry by the heavenly fire thunder. He only let out a blood-curdling scream and died here. Chu Feng stood up and rapidly absorbed the energy nearby. Then, he looked at the sky full of gray mist again and said, "This young master still managed to survive. If you have the guts, why don't you try a sneak attack again? Come again?" His skull was almost cracked open and was still emitting black smoke. He slapped his skull with a smack to restore it to its original position. The saint children who hadn't died were all dumbfounded. They all felt that this was too freakish. How could he be fine with such heavy injuries? Crack! Suddenly, lightning appeared between heaven and earth again and struck toward Chu Feng. It was scarlet like blood and spherical. A string of ball-shaped lightning flew toward Chu Feng like a broken bracelet. You're really coming? Chu Feng jumped up and ran, rushing toward the sky. He raised his hand and threw all kinds of metal objects into the sky to attract the lightning. However, it was useless. Some of the ball-shaped lightning melted the metal weapons, while others dodged directly and dived toward Chu Feng. In the end, all of them exploded on his body and sent him flying. There was even a hole in his body which had been pierced through by the ball-shaped lightning. He fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. The world was silent for a long time. Everyone's expressions were stiff. In the end, Chu Feng moved. He crawled up shakily and looked toward the sky. His expression was one of conflict and bitterness. He really wanted to curse. Brother, endure it. Don't open your mouth. The Black Yak shouted. He was truly worried for Chu Feng and was simply on edge. At this time, within the domain, the surviving hard currency, a portion of the saint children, all wore odd expressions. They wanted nothing more than to persuade him to continue cursing. They wanted to curse the heavens and the heavenly tribulation. Chu Feng waited for a moment and saw that the world was completely silent. There was no more lightning. Then he decisively opened his mouth and said, $1 and #%. He really started cursing again because the evil heavenly tribulation made him angry. He felt that it was truly shameful and hateful. He couldn't help but want to curse. Boom! After that, he fell straight down. A beam of black light carried an indescribable aura as if it was dripping blood. There were order fragments within it that bombarded his body. Ah, brother, you... The Manchurian tiger and the others were frightened. While they were worried, they were also a bit disappointed that Chu Feng didn't meet their expectations. What was going on? Could they not be serious? Chu Feng was dizzy. This bolt of lightning had pierced through many of his bones. It was too ruthless, but in that instant, he also experienced many wonderful things. This was because the order fragments had entered his body and allowed him to touch upon such a terrifying and desperate situation. He directly broke through to the mid-Cloud Eater stage. After that, his wounds healed. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The remaining lightning flew into his mouth and nourished his body. He's eating the clouds and chi. He's eating lightning and lightning electricity. What a freak. Someone whispered. He was simply horrified. Chu Feng's body recovered a little. He jumped up with a thump and looked at the sky. He was conflicted for a long time. He really wasn't convinced and still wanted to curse. Brother Chu Feng, stop cursing. I'm begging you, quickly stop, shouted the Manchurian tiger from afar. He was afraid that Chu Feng would be struck to death. Brother, don't speak. Don't say anything. Silence is golden, shouted the black yak. Even the old donkey, yellow cattle, and the others were calling out to him, asking him to hold back. Chu Feng waited for a long time and realized that the gray fog had dispersed quite a bit. It was truly completely quiet. He was indeed a bit apprehensive, but he also had a curious mind. In the end, he couldn't hold back. He began to curse and rebuked #yin#. That was because he was furious. Why was he struck so miserably? He had to be struck by lightning again after complaining a few times. If it was someone else, they would definitely be destroyed in body and soul. It's not coming. Chu Feng waited for a moment and saw that everything was calm. He immediately curled his lips and looked up at the sky with a cold smile. It's only SOSO. Strike again if you have the guts. Everyone was speechless. The heavenly tribulation had ended. So what was he still trying to do? Crack. However, a green bolt of lightning appeared and swayed down with runes. It exceeded everyone's expectations and blasted onto Chu Feng's body. You're really coming? This was Chu Feng's exasperated words. Wasn't it already over? Why did he provoke another bolt? All the bones in his body had fallen apart. He was so badly injured that he almost died. However, this time, he came into contact with more order fragments than before. They were contained in the lightning and entered his body. He quickly looked inside and carefully observed them, following which, Chu Feng began to inhale madly and circulate his breathing technique to repair his injured body. In the end, he even fixed his own skeleton and stood up shakily. He began to use the lightning fist. Although he didn't activate his energy, his understanding of the fist intent became deeper and his attainments increased rapidly. It was as if he had practiced the fist for decades, and didn't look like he had just come into contact with it recently. If people from the Yang realm saw this, they would definitely be shocked. This wasn't just the beginning, but rather, it was the true beginning to come into contact with the essence of this divine technique. This was once the supreme technique of a certain supreme imperial dynasty. One could still start within the beginning, but it would be incomparably difficult to study it in the future. Now, Chu Feng directly comprehended it during the tribulation. Inspiration burst forth from the order fragments in the lightning, and with irresistible force, he greatly improved the attainments of this fist technique in one go. He actually didn't die and was still practicing the fist technique. The saint children were indignant and cursed incessantly in their hearts. They felt that there was no justice in this world. Why wasn't this scourge dead yet? After Chu Feng digested these insights, he looked at the sky and said, Come, old lightning, try striking me if you have the guts. Let's do it again. At this moment, not to mention the saint children, even Big Black Yak, Old Donkey, and the others felt that he was very despicable. It was already over, yet he was still looking for trouble and wanted to be struck by lightning. Even the Wudong Grandmaster, Wu Qifeng, was speechless and tongue-tied. Come on, old lightning, are your kidneys weak? Try striking me again if you have the guts. Chu Feng provoked as he stood on the island and challenged. At this moment, all the saint children and even the two evolvers at the Golden Arhut realm who were heavily injured but hadn't died wanted to say, This despicable demon, why can't the heavens open their eyes and just strike him to death? As if the prayers in their hearts had been heard, another bolt of lightning finally struck down from the sky. This was a bolt of black and white entangled lightning that resembled the energies of yin and yang. Bang! This time, Chu Feng was sent flying more than 800 meters away. Much of the flesh on his body was shaken off, and his bones were cracking. It was unknown how many of them were broken. This time, he didn't pretend to be dead. Instead, He howled and struggled to crawl up. He meditated where he was and began to swallow the energies of black and white to repair his injured body and quickly capture the order fragments that had entered his body. What kind of person was this? He didn't die even after this. What a pervert. The group of saint children who were burned cursed and shouted in their hearts that the heavens were unfair. This kind of person who continuously provoked the heavenly tribulation actually didn't die. Was there still justice in the heavens? Even the two experts at the Golden Arhut realm stared blankly at Chu Feng and were speechless for a long time. Boom! When Chu Feng set his bones and stood up shakily, he began to provoke again and spat out the three-character sutra. This wasn't only because he was curious, but also because he had obtained real benefits. The order fragments hidden in the lightning were not only greatly beneficial to the improvement of his lightning fist divine technique, but they could also promote his overall cultivation and evolution. There were many wonderful uses. He felt that if he was struck a few more times, he might break through from a mid-cloud eater realm to the late stage. He wasn't satisfied with breaking through from the early stage to the mid-stage. However, it was useless no matter how eloquent he was and how he was foaming at the mouth this time. The heavenly tribulation didn't appear, and the island was peaceful and tranquil. The three-character sutra, the number one scripture in the world, isn't useful anymore. Old Lightning, you're such a coward. Chu Feng had a look of disdain on his face as he carried out the final provocation. However, no lightning fell from the beginning to the end, and no one paid attention to him. In the end, he had an unresigned look on his face as he stared longingly at the sky. However, he knew that it was completely over. This kind of attitude and appearance made all the saint children want to curse out loud. They really felt that it was too unfair in their hearts, and they didn't feel good. They really couldn't take it anymore. How despicable. Even Ouyang Feng curled his lips. He couldn't stand him anymore and looked at him in disdain from afar. In the outer realm, a group of saints, almighties, and experts at the Golden Arhut realm were all smiling at this moment. They felt that the curtains should fall on the great battle on earth because news was about to arrive. Chapter 708. In the outer realm, a powerhouse twirled his beard and said with a smile, "Just wait for the good news. More than 9,000 evolvers from over 100 evolutionary sects will attack together. It won't be a problem to flatten this planet, let alone deal with a few small demons. I'm looking forward to it. I hope that demon, Chu Feng, is also at Mount Eternal. That way, we'll be able to destroy all the remaining evils in one go." A saint nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that peerless physiques like the Myriad Star Physique and the Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique will rise from this recovering planet. They'll shine with invincible elegance and illuminate the entire starry sky. The fortune belongs to them." Eastern Sea, Eternal Island. The heavenly tribulation had ended, and the battle had come to an end. Chu Feng grimaced in pain. It was really painful. His mouth had been cheap just now, provoking the heavenly tribulation again and again. Now that things had calmed down, he felt like he was about to fall apart. In reality, he had almost been unable to endure. There were several large holes all over his body, all caused by the lightning strikes. As for his bones, not only were most of them broken, but they were also charred black. The flesh on the surface of his body had dried up and cracked, and some mottled lumps had fallen off. He almost didn't look like a human anymore. It was precisely because of this that no one had discovered his true body even though it had been struck. That was because his tender face was charred black, and even his nose was still emitting smoke. Arcs of electricity would spurt out as he breathed. Only his eyes could still be considered bright. Everywhere else, including his earlobes, was charred black. His whole body had been baptized by lightning, and the impact was very thorough. Chu Feng stood up shakily. He was speechless as he looked at his appearance. Not to mention a dead person, even a dried corpse that had been buried for hundreds of years was stronger than him. His whole body was charred black from head to toe. He looked down nervously and said, "Damn it, Even the great Peng was almost roasted by the lightning. Not far away, there were still saints who were still alive. There were even two saintesses who saw his furtive and nervous appearance. They were stunned at first, then came to a realization, and finally blushed. They all wanted to say, "Shameless. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Be careful not to get a needle's eye." Chu Feng berated them in a deadpan manner, but his face was actually slightly red. He hurriedly found his battle clothes and put on a righteous and stern posture. The two saintesses, #Yin, the other saints were also speechless. They felt that Chu Feng was an atypical demon and a little despicable. Chu Feng no longer paid attention to them. He raised his head to look at the sky and said, "Lei Zi, have a safe journey. I won't send you off." Of course, he only spoke in a disdainful manner after confirming that the heavenly tribulation had completely subsided and would not appear again. That was because if he were to take another 2 bolts of lightning, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He was already at his limit. The group of people were speechless after seeing this. At this moment, Yellow Cattle, Big Blackie, Wu Qifeng, Old Llama, and the others had already rushed over. They appeared outside the heavenly fire thunder field and were extremely concerned. At first, they were very worried and anxiously asked if he was all right. But soon, their tone changed because they found that he was really fine. "It's not that Old Black wants to criticize you, but why are you so angry with Old Lay? What's wrong? It's almost a medium-well steak, isn't it?" The Black Yak mocked him. Old Donkey also raised his long ears and bared his buck teeth as he said, "Brother, you must remember the words of our predecessors. The ancient donkey said it well. Those who pretend to be 13 will be struck by lightning and struck from head to toe. Hurry up and examine yourself to avoid leaving behind a lifelong disaster." Chu Feng wanted to beat him up after hearing this. A beam of fist light streaked across the sky, and Old Donkey was immediately sent flying. This was Chu Feng's lightning fist after he had just broken through during the heavenly tribulation. Old Donkey's limbs immediately twitched and were char-black. He cried out in pain continuously. Chu Feng dragged his injured body out of the field and began to treat his injuries. Yellow Cattle and Zhou Quan carried the 3 most important captives over. They were the Myriad Star Physique, the Innocuous Divine Physique, and the Origin Magnetic Sacred Physique. The 3 great invincible physiques had been suppressed. The 3 of them were nailed by spears and had been pierced through several vital points. They were all crippled because these kinds of people would definitely erupt immediately if they were given the chance. They were incomparably dangerous. Among those present, only Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and Ouyang Toad could fight. The others were definitely not their match. Toad searched for the innocuous divine sun and grinned widely on the spot. He couldn't close his mouth and said, "Hiss, this guy has so many good things on him. He actually has the deity elixir. Where did he get it from? Didn't he call himself the Earth's true one?" With a whoosh, a group of people surrounded him. They pulled at the innocuous divine physique and picked up the treasures on his body. There were 4 drops of liquid in a sparkling and translucent crystal jar. They didn't merge with each other and shone brilliantly like 4 small suns. It was extremely divine. This was a special product of the deity race and had great uses. Consuming this liquid could eliminate disasters during successive breakthroughs. It was priceless. Even the deity race didn't have enough of this kind of divine elixir. Thus, they had never exported it and could only occasionally be auctioned in the universe's black market. The price was ridiculously high and difficult to accept. Zhou Quan cried out strangely, there are 3 6-path reincarnation pills. Where did this guy get them? Is there such a thing on Earth? One of them is worth 80 billion cosmic dollars. Then, he quickly poured out a pill from the bottle and gave it to the grimacing Chu Feng. "Continue searching." Chu Feng swallowed it while asking them to search carefully. At this moment, Zhou Shang woke up and his eyes were spitting fire. He was known as the Innocuous Divine Physique, but now he had actually become a prisoner and was being searched. To him, this was a great humiliation. There was no such thing as failure in his life plan. He wanted to advance triumphantly and sweep away all the evolvers on Earth. He wanted to become the only creature that had obtained fortune. But now, he had been thoroughly defeated. With a clang, the old donkey gave him a black donkey hoof, smashing his head until it was as big as a bowl. Zhou Shang was in so much pain that he saw stars and almost fainted. That was because he didn't have a shred of energy to protect his body. Hee-haw, what are you staring at? Are you still not convinced? Grandpa Donkey will teach you how to be a donkey in no time. The old donkey lectured him. Donkey. Zhou Shang was so angry that his liver hurt after being hit on the head by a donkey spirit with long ears. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. The old donkey didn't say anything else. He raised his black donkey hoof, and with a clang, it directly slammed onto Zhou Shang's face. Zhou Shang immediately spat out blood from his nose and mouth as he cried out in pain. In a flash, his face swelled up like a steamed bun. This divine sword is not bad. It's a rare, secret treasure. It can collide with Chu Feng's reincarnation blade without being damaged. It's a good item. Without a doubt, Zhou Shang did not have a good ending after falling into the hands of this group of great demons. He was robbed from head to toe, spatial bracelets, protective armor, and in the end, he was only left with a pair of underpants. Even his metal combat boots were snatched away, and the toad put them on his feet. In the distance, the group of saint children and saintesses who were still alive were speechless. This group of people was simply the most savage of bandits. Myriad Star Physique, wake up. Do you have anything good on you? If not, I'll chop you up and feed you to the old turtles of the Eastern Sea. The black yak grinned and slapped his face. Su Chengxian woke up and found a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, wearing sunglasses and a cigar in his mouth looking down at him. He was even slapping his face. He was immediately furious. Native, all of you scram. He was young and frivolous. He had been shrouded in a divine halo since he was young. He was only 17 or 18 years old now, so he was extremely arrogant and had a bad temper. With a clang, he was first kicked by the black yak, and his face was kicked out of shape. Then, he was kicked by the old donkey, and finally, he was picked up by the toad for a lesson. Little thief, what are you saying? Have you forgotten what Divine King Ouyang taught you? At this moment, Ouyang Feng, who was covered in golden stripes, grinned from ear to ear. His saliva poured down and sprayed all over Su Qingxian's body. His entire face was wet, as if he had been washed. The Myriad Star Physique cried out miserably. His heart and lungs were torn apart, and he began to vomit violently. The toad said disdainfully, "You're really disgusting. You're already a grown man, yet you're still vomiting everywhere. What kind of person are you? You extraterrestrials are really uncivilized." In the distance, the group of saint children and saintesses wanted to curse. You've already spat so much saliva, yet you still have a nerve to say that others are uncivilized? Who wouldn't be able to stop themselves from vomiting after being sprayed with dog's blood? What's with that look? Why are you looking at me like that? The toad noticed that the group of saint children and saintesses were looking at him strangely. He immediately stuck out his stomach and glared at them. All the saintesses were frightened out of their wits. They shut their mouths and didn't dare to say a word. What kind of liquid is this? It's sparkling and exceptionally holy. Zhou Quan found some things on Su Qingxian's body. One of the jars seemed to contain many stars. It was suffused with moonlight and sparkling starlight. It was simply too gorgeous and beautiful. Yellow Cow spoke with an astonished expression. This is star liquid, a type of strange substance nurtured in some special star cores. As expected of the Myriad Star Physique to actually be able to find such a thing. Its value isn't inferior to the deity elixir or the hellish ant elixir. A single drop is worth tens of billions, and there are more than 10 drops here. Haha, I'm rich. The toad laughed heartily and gave the Myriad Star Physique a slap. He then sprayed saliva on his face and fainted from anger. You guys be careful. Don't kill him. It's best if you can force out all kinds of secret arts. Chu Feng reminded. After taking a 6-path reincarnation pill, his body crackled continuously. His flesh and blood were regenerating, and some of his old skin was cracking and about to fall off. He was transforming continuously. Gradually, his body was no longer charred and new jade-like skin could be seen. The effects were too obvious. Chu Feng's blood energy was growing, and his energy was increasing. He was like a divine furnace of life, and the flames of his life were growing more and more vigorous. The aura he emitted terrified all the saint children. They felt as though they were facing a prehistoric, demonic god. Boom! Moments later, Chu Feng had completely recovered. His back was facing the group of saint children, and his bones were crackling like beans being fried. When he turned around once again, his face was no longer immature and wasn't much different from an adult Chu Feng. Ah, you two old fellows are really lucky to still be alive. Chu Feng didn't care about the saint children and saintesses. He was only slightly apprehensive of the two golden arhats. He walked forward and then went all out to activate the heavenly fire thunderous domain to kill. Young man, let's talk things out. There's no enmity that can't be resolved in this world. We can sit down and talk about anything. It's nothing more than benefits. The old woman spoke and looked at Chu Feng. She wasn't confident because she was extremely weak now. If she were to be burned by the domain's heavenly flames, she would really die. It's a pity that you don't even have the right to talk to me. You're not the holy son of a race, nor do you have a special physique. To your race, death is death. I probably won't get much ransom if I sell you. Besides, it's somewhat dangerous to leave you here. It's better to be on your way. Boom! Chu Feng activated the large-scale domain one step further and concentrated all the energy to refine them. All kinds of densely packed runes rose up and drowned the two of them. The two experts cried out miserably. In the end, they were burned alive by the heavenly flames. Their flesh dried up and they became skeletons. Chu Feng stood in the distance and released his flying sword to cut off their heads. In the end, he even used the reincarnation blade to finish them off. It was a pity that the two golden arhats didn't even have the chance to attack from beginning to end before they were killed. Their deaths were too unjust. The group of saint children and saintesses turned green. The death of two golden arhats caused them to lose all hope. There was no possibility of escape. Chu Feng said, "There are treasures everywhere. Take a look and see which one you like. Choose for yourselves." Old Donkey said, "There are so many weapons in front of us. Which one should we choose? What a headache." Sigh, the extraterrestrials are so passionate. They came to Earth from millions of miles away to deliver gifts and shed blood along the way. It's truly moving. The saint children wanted to kill, but they could only face it in silence. The toad looked proud and said, "There's nothing special about these goods gifts. I don't want any of them. It's meaningless. I only want the innocuous divine physique to be my sparring partner. I'll kill him 18 times to sharpen my divine monarch body." "Be careful, there might be a big fish hiding here," Yellow Cattle reminded. Chu Feng nodded and led the group into the domain. They began to pick up the treasures and were also finishing off the attacks. The faces of all the saint children were pale and bloodless. That was because Chu Feng was truly iron-blooded and merciless after entering the domain. He picked up spears and halberds from the ground and pierced through their vitals, nailing them to the ground and letting their blood flow. The Black Yak and the others were finishing off the attacks and paralyzing their bodies. Even golden arhats would be crippled and lose all their combat strength if they were treated like this. At this moment, even the benevolent old Lama was solemnly chanting Buddhist mantras while attacking to cripple the group of saint children. At first, those saintesses still held onto some hope. In the end, they discovered that they weren't given preferential treatment. They were similarly nailed into the domain by spears and crippled. There really is a big fish. Chu Feng's fiery eyes saw everything clearly. Even if someone wanted to hide, they couldn't hide from him. He discovered a golden Arhut evolver. He didn't say much. The reincarnation blade flashed and cut off this person's head. It rolled away and ended this expert's life. A total of 74 saint children and saintesses survived. However, these people were either crippled by the heavenly flames in the domain or crippled by Chu Feng and the others, losing their combat strength. All of them were bound tightly by spirit-binding cords or divine metal chains and reduced to prisoners. If it wasn't for Chu Feng intentionally controlling the domain during his tribulation, most of these people would have been burned to death. Chu Feng said, "This time, we'll cripple them completely and return them to their original forms. Then, we'll contact their clansmen to pay the ransom." The various resources obtained from selling the saint children last time, such as the six-path reincarnation pill, had been exhausted. Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the group of great demons of Kunlun were surrounded and hunted down. They almost died several times, but fortunately, they had the support of those pills. This time, they could sell off this group of saint children and saintesses in exchange for scriptures and great medicines. Over 9,000 evolvers had died here and left behind too many things. Although most of them had been reduced to ashes, there were also a fair number of items left behind. Things that couldn't be destroyed were naturally treasures. Among them, some materials could be smelted anew and forged into rare, secret treasures. We've struck it rich. With so many rare weapons, we can refine their essences and forge some divine treasures. They picked up the treasures and piled them together to form a magical treasure mountain. There were all kinds of objects, all of them brilliant and gorgeous. Outside of Earth, a group of powerhouses and saints were waiting for news. This group of people was very steady and wore calm smiles on their faces. That was because it was impossible for an allied army with such a lineup to lose. Report. Someone rushed into outer space and reported to them. At this time, in the starry skies, evolvers from various sects were also waiting. They were paying attention to this matter through the Origin Beast platform and wanted to know the results of the battle as soon as possible. Outside of Earth, a powerhouse said with a faint smile, "Speak slowly, don't be anxious." Annihilation, annihilation. The evolver who had rushed into outer space was panting heavily. His head was drenched in sweat, and he seemed to be extremely excited. That was because his body was trembling, and even his lips were trembling. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.